is coming. All right, so we're 5 minutes. So you all set? We all set? All set in the back? Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the June meeting for the Fairfield Board of Finance. I'd ask everyone to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, and we're going to ask two of our Fairfield Town students, or soon-to-be students, to come forward and lead us in the pledge. So my new best buddies, Jack and Jason, come on up. No? Mom can come up too if she wants. No? Just Jack, right? Is Jack going to do it? All right, Jack. There's the flag. Let her rip. Go ahead.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There you go, buddy.
Nice job, Bell.
All right. Could I ask everyone to please remain standing? I don't know that it's completely public knowledge yet, though the public officials in the room do know. First Selectman Tetro's mother passed away today. Now, I had the benefit of getting to know Mike's parents, actually before I ever met Mike, as they went to my church. And one anecdote I have about his mother is when I found out that Mike and I would be running against each other for the Board of Finance in our first term, I went to his mother and said, "You know, you can vote for two." And she said, "No, I can't." And then the second time I ran for the Board of Finance, Mike was actually running for first selectman. So I went up to his mother in church and I said, "You know, you can vote for me." And she said, "You know, I moved to Bridgeport." So I never had the benefit of getting her vote, but I did have the benefit of getting to know her. She's a great lady. Mike's dad is a legend in this town for being a servant, a teacher, and a football coach. And of course, Mike is a good friend to everybody here on our board, having served with us for so many years. So our thoughts and prayers are with them tonight, and I just wanted to hold a moment of silence in his honor, in her honor, and actually have a thought for Mike, his brothers, and his dad. Thank you very much. All right. Tonight we have a housekeeping item first that is very important for us to get out of the way, and that's to review some suspense accounts for the tax collector. This is an accounting item that needs to be taken care of before year end. The second item will be the Riverfield bond resolution for $14,485,766. And the third item will be Fairfield Ludlow High School bond resolution for $11,630,000. And then last, we'll have any other communications to this board. This is liable to be a lengthy night, though we will do our best to not make that happen. A few items of note. First of all, these items are very familiar to this board. We've heard snippets of these items in the past when there's been either funding requests or the items came back to us for questions and comments over the last several years. So this is not the first time we're familiar with hearing these items, number one. Number two, each of the members of our board, or most of the members of our board, were able to take advantage of two tours which were conducted by the Education Administration of both of these buildings last week. We would like to extend our thank you to the principals of the facilities, to the central administration staff, to the Board of Education, and to the parents who actually accompanied us on those tours. It was very informative. I'd also like to do a special thank you to a group of juniors, students at Fairfield Ludlow High School, who actually took time out of their busy class day to meet with us last Thursday and added a lot of light from a student's perspective on what happens in Fairfield Ludlow High on a day-to-day basis. And they were very good, very well-spoken. Their parents should be very proud of them. They were very open and honest with their answers, and we wanted to extend our thank you to them for taking their time and helping educate us on what goes on in their school on a day-to-day basis. With that in mind and with that as background, the way we're going to run this tonight, once we get started with the schools, is we're going to hear from the Board of Education, and the discussion there, as well as Dr. Tittle, will be what is the need for these renovations/expansion of the schools. Define the need, tell us why you're proposing what you're proposing, why this is the right thing. We will listen to that, we will ask questions to that, there'll be a Q&A. To the extent that there's then a building committee involved, such as there is at Riverfield, we will then ask the building committee to represent how does what they're proposing address the needs as defined by the school community. So that discussion will be, hey, here's what they told you they needed, here's how we think is the best way to address it, and again, there'll be some Q&A there. Now, the first selectman was supposed to be here this evening. Obviously, he's where he should be tonight, because the next item on the agenda was going to be to hear a little bit from the Board of Selectmen and the first selectman as to why they supported these items. We probably will not get to do that tonight. If a representative from the Board of Selectmen is here, that'd be great. And the last item will be Mr. Mayor to walk us through the financial implications of these programs, where they fit within our capital plan, what this does to the overall capital plan, what this does to the spending and the expense for the town over the next number of years. This is the same type of format we used a number of years ago in order to address the Fairfield Woods project. It seemed to go well. It seemed to spur an open and honest dialogue. Again, we're going to be informal here on the board. If we have questions of the presenters, we're going to ask them, and we'll ask follow-up questions as we normally do. Do any board members have any questions, comments on this item right now? All right, seeing none, we'll move directly to the tax collector to go through the suspense accounts very briefly, and we'll see what we can do on that. I know Ms. Bossi is here to answer our questions as well on this item. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, well, what I presented to the Board of Finance is a suspense list. Suspense accounts are traditionally transferred from the collectible levy to a suspense book. And the reason that they are moved is because we, in our office, have done our due diligence in collection effort on these accounts, and for various amount of reasons, these accounts we deem as uncollectible. Did they get a list? Yep. Okay. So you have a list, and usually we put a code next to it. Some are bankrupts. Bankruptcies are uncollectible. If people are deceased, if people have moved and we are unable to locate them, those are all reasons for an account to be moved to the suspense book. What it does is it gives you a better and clearer view of what your collectible taxes are in the rears for prior years. It also saves the town money in the sense that if we have someone that we cannot find, we don't want to repeatedly send information out that is returned to us. So it has several advantages. Just because it's put on suspense, if one of these accounts becomes collectible in the way that we find them, we can always collect it, even though we have taken it and put it on the suspense. So it doesn't mean that it's not collectible, it's just uncollectible in our frame of collection methods at this time.
Do we have questions, comments from board members on these items? Mrs. Leclerc.
How does this list compare as to prior years? Like, is it higher, lower, about the same?
It's right about the same. It's a little bit lower than last year. We're trying to be methodical in how we do this. Since I'm just finishing my first year here, we have looked primarily at businesses. We are looking at motor vehicle bills that we have not been able to locate them, make sure that they don't have additional bills, more current bills with new addresses. So as we find them, we compose a list throughout the year. So I'm suspecting that as we go on, the list, some years may be larger than others, depending on what we find. But this year, we went through pretty much the motor vehicle, the oldest motor vehicles, and the personal properties.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think a direct answer to the question in terms of dollar amounts. I believe I looked at it earlier today. I think it was a little over $80,000 last year, and this is closer to $70,000. I think, didn't we say there was typically around $80,000 per year is about what it's been averaging? And this is considered on our financial statements, Ms. Bassi, this is considered a write-off, correct? But it is no expense because it's just the deferred revenue and the accounts receivable being written down, correct? Okay. Does anybody have any questions, comments on these items? Seeing none, anything from the public on this item? Come on, you didn't all just come here for this item? All right, back to the board. Do I have a motion? I'll go with Mr. Brown. I'll go with a second with Mr. Belito. All in favor to approve the movement of these items, which totals $67,595.93 from the accounts receivable accounts to the suspense tax book. All approved? Opposed? Abstentions? We're set. Now, I think by protocol, I have to sign this, and the secretary of the board has to sign this, correct? Okay. At least that's what we did in prior years, right? Do you have any, where would you like us to sign this?
You can sign it on the bottom, and next year I will try to remember to put a place for you to sign it.
Rookie.
I also take a copy of the minutes and put with this
Okay.
for the auditor.
Those will need to be approved subsequent to this.
Okay,
Mr. Brown. Okay. Thank you very much.
thank you.
All right. Let's, did I give you my agenda by mistake there, Mr. Brown? Yeah.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Thanks. I'm not going anywhere without that. All right. Item number 2 on our agenda is to hear, consider, and adopt the bond resolution entitled "A Resolution Appropriating $14,485,766 for costs associated with the expansion and renovation of Riverfield Elementary School and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation." A copy of that bond resolution is attached, and supporting materials were supplied by the Education Administration last week to the board. Thank you very much, Mr. Cullen and your team, for doing that. And I'll turn it over to the Board of Education and Dr. Tittle, I'm sure, for presentation.
Sal's making those copies.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to each member of the committee, the Board of Finance. Thank you especially for doing, well, triple duty, but from our perspective, double duty tonight, that you're considering both projects. They are both important to the Board of Ed, and so we appreciate the fact that you've put them on this agenda, and hopefully we can answer any questions you have and get you home at a reasonable hour at the same time. The Riverfield project is an important project to the Board of Ed. Fundamentally, we set a goal a long time ago of replacing over 65 portables throughout the district, and so this project got its genesis from that beginning. It was approved in terms of the priority for this cycle during the tenure on the board when Ms. Iacono was the chair. And we have assigned different board members to different projects, as you know, and so Pam has continued to shepherd this project through the various building committee phases and the board discussion. So I've asked her to represent, if you will, the Board of Education viewpoint, and then Dr. Tittle will, of course, comment on it as well. So if you don't mind, I'll turn it over to Pam.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I've been asked just to give you a quick briefing as to how we got to where we are, and I've asked some of our staff members to make some copies of things that I pulled out today and going through and trying to pull some history, so that stuff will be forthcoming, but this is all material that you guys have all seen in the past. The first thing that I just want to highlight is the Elementary School Space Utilization Task Force report from April of 2008, and I'm just going to read a few excerpts from that, if you don't mind indulging me. The task force met regularly over a period of 3.5 months to seek and compile information regarding elementary school space needs and to review the many possibilities and alternatives to resolving the current school space issues. The task force toured a number of schools to gain a first-hand perspective on the school space situation. Formal tours were held at Jennings, Osborne Hill, Riverfield, and Sherman. The members of the task force included people from the RTM, the First Selectman, the Board of Finance, the Town Facilities Commission, and the PTA Council. And in fact, Mrs. LeClaire was a member of that committee. The criteria and goals for analyzing school space alternatives set forth by that committee were as follows: to use educationally sound principles utilized by the school district to design appropriate school facilities, maintain and provide neighborhood elementary schools, provide the most fiscally responsible approach for implementing each recommendation, implement all recommendations with reasonable speed, have a positive impact on both classroom and core spaces, and when possible, integrate plans into resolving existing building needs, be the least disruptive to implement, requiring the least redistricting need, consider school space long-term solutions for up to 10 years, and provide flexibility for accommodating future growth cycles. Where possible, provide a fully integrated facility. And then the last thing, actually there's two more things I want to point out from this. The summary findings. The Elementary School Space Utilization Task Force determined and concluded that there is both a short-term and long-term issue regarding the need for additional elementary school space. The task force had determined and concluded that there were too many portable classrooms at the elementary schools and that this situation should be remedied as soon as possible through a phased and comprehensive reduction of all individual wooden portable classrooms. The task force determined that there are a number of elementary schools which are currently over capacity in enrollment of students. The task force found that there are few elementary schools under capacity for the design number of students. However, there is no easily achievable method available to utilize each classroom seats. The task force found a lack of adequate school space for special education needs, especially OT, PT. The task force found there is a need for improved core facilities such as more storage and teacher resource area, improved bathrooms at some elementary schools. Finally, they gave a recommended plan for action, which included prefabricated detached annex. The task force recommends that the school district and the town provide a maximum of 3 steel prefabricated modular annex buildings at 3 elementary schools, which include Osborne Hill and Sherman. The task force also recommends that such annexes, where feasible, be reviewed for improvement in order to consider connecting such annexes to the main building. Fully integrated addition. The task force endorses the Stratfield School Building Project as proposed. Further, the task force recommends that the school district and the town plan for and provide another fully integrated addition at another existing elementary school, taking into consideration the core facilities. The task force recommends that the town and the Board of Education study and determine which elementary school is most appropriate for an addition. Interior improvements. The task force recommends that the school district continue to seek any feasible ways to alter and improve interior elementary school space to help address school space facility needs, particularly special education and OT-PT needs. That's a reading from a group put together by a group of town officials. That's just not a Board of Education report. That's something that came out of a group that was working together of many different levels. Additionally, I believe you guys have a copy of our facilities plan, which has been given out. I just wanted to highlight the goals of the Board of Education, which are, after examining the MGT capacity report and updated enrollment projections, the Board of Education Facilities, Technology, and Long-Term Planning Committee asked central office staff to bring forward a plan that it would address the most pressing issues in the MGT capacity report for the elementary schools and address the enrollment issues at the middle school and high school levels. After several rounds of revision at the committee level, the entire updated plan was presented for the Board of Education for approval. The following factors were used to determine which projects were recommended for inclusion in this plan and which projects were postponed until subsequent years. So when you ask yourselves why this is coming forward and what our reasoning for where Riverfield is where it is, this was the criteria. The severity of the capacity deficiencies as identified in the December 14th, 2010 MGT report. Enrollment-related facility issues. Immediacy of safety and security issues. Length of time since the last major renovation of the school. State or federally mandated improvements, and estimated costs. In addition, the board considered the following facility planning principles as adopted by the board in 2010. Core facilities. Additional classrooms shall not be added without addressing the core facilities that they will impact. Class size. Facilities planning, whenever possible, should have the goal of providing adequate space to enable educational guidelines to be met. Specialized curriculum. We must provide, wherever possible, appropriate and dedicated spaces for specialized curriculum needs such as special education, art, music, and technology. Enrollment projections. A long-term plan should account for and accommodate peak enrollment projections. Stability. We should strive to create districts that provide stability for the district's students. Headroom. To ensure stability, we should leave headroom in each school. The maximum number we should plan is to 90 to 85% of capacity. Commitment to adding space where students are located. At the elementary school level, we must have a commitment of maintaining the concept of neighborhood schools and/or allowing students to attend the elementary school which is reasonably close to the students' homes when educationally feasible and possible. And finally, to phase out temporary solutions, i.e. portables. Eliminate the town's reliance on portable classrooms as a permanent substitute for brick and mortar classrooms. Again, you received a copy of the MGT report. I know that Mr. Mayor took it upon himself to do a little bit of research on enrollment numbers. I would just caution you against using free enrollment projections. The board has tried that in the past. We've gotten nowhere with it. They turned out to be not as accurate as when we hired a company to come in and seriously look at where our enrollment projections are. And I include the following from the report from MGT. In order to develop accurate long-term projections, MGT used 4 enrollment projection models. These models included cohort survival, linear regression, average annual increase, and students per household. A copy of that report is being provided to you guys all this evening. Along with that report is also a detailed description of what the deficiencies are at Riverfield School. So that is how we got to where we are tonight. I, as Mr. Dwyer has mentioned, have been serving as the liaison to the Riverfield Building Committee. They've met repeatedly. They went through a lengthy process with the Board of Selectmen. They have options A through E, which were under consideration. The Board of Selectmen went forward with option D, which you'll hear about tonight. And certainly you all know that you are able to increase or decrease funding for the project. I am here this evening hoping that you will approve the project as recommended by the Board of Selection, which is option D, that the Building Committee will share with you and give you background onto how they got where they are. So I hope this was helpful. I have copies of everything that I was reading from for all of you, and so I'll give those to you.
Thank you. Dr. Tuttle, do you have any
Yeah, we
comments?
have the MGT report, the full MGT report, for those of you who have trouble sleeping at night, is available. So we'll give that to you. This is from 2010.
Do you want us to hand it out to you or not?
Have it browse through it. So I do want to say that the central office administration has been working hand in hand with the building committee to try to come up with the most cost-effective way of meeting the educational specifications. As you know, this has gone around several different iterations. Some of the initial prices that were brought forward were really deemed to be too high. We felt we could work with the building committee, with the architects, Ms. Anziano, the principal, Tom Cullen, Sal Morbido, and other staff members really worked to bring this project down to a number that we could support. Just as an example, the original cost had some $350,000 in there for furniture, fixtures, and equipment. We determined through our own resources that we could repurpose equipment elsewhere in the district, including that at Riverfield, so we were able to remove that from the project. That wouldn't have been something the building committee was aware of, so by working with the building committee to come up with this proposal, we're able to bring the price down from where it had started. We believe this represents a good return on investment. It meets the educational specifications as approved by the board, and so I think that's really all I want to add to it at this point. And I think that because the building committee's done so much work on it, that the details around the plan are probably best addressed to the architect and to Mr. Quinn and his committee.
Before we get to that, thank you
Sure.
very much for the presentation, and I'd like to invite the principal. You can come on up and be part of the panel as well, since you live it day to day. Before we go to the building committee, do board members want to ask questions regarding the thought process of the Education Administration, the Board of Education, the concerns, any of the assumptions made when the ed specs were developed? Feel free, this is the time. The MGT report, anything? Anybody have, Mrs. Leclerc?
Okay, as far as you had done two different enrollment analyses pretty close together. One was, you have it on your website, I want to say like ADT or ADS. And their projections were somewhat lower, and then you went out and you did the second one. Can you explain why the difference?
Well, the ADS one was done before I came, but I do remember the whole discussion about what led to the MGT report, because that happened right as I was arriving. There were a lot of concerns that the ADS information was done using what I'll call relatively primitive method, which was basically cohort survival, which is they took births and projected them to kindergarten, and then they just took the cohorts as they moved through the grades, and that was the extent of it. And that's sort of the traditional way to do it. The problem with that method was that it wasn't working well in Fairfield, that births 5 years prior were not seen to be good predictors of actual kindergarten enrollment. It seemed like there always was this large bump between what was projected. Furthermore, if you do cohort survival, over time, you tend to see a drop in enrollment just by the nature of the methodology, but we weren't seeing that. So, and they weren't doing a very good job, if at all, of doing school-by-school projections. So those were some of the limitations of the ADS. And so we actually went out to bid on two related projects. And looking at Kathy, because she was part of this on the board as well. One was, could somebody bring forward a more sophisticated methodology that would be a better predictor of our enrollment than what we've been getting from ADS, because I think everyone was finding out that ADS was not very accurate. And the second thing, could someone do a study of the space needs at each school and look at our ed specs and come up with a deficiency list from that, and that actually formed the basis of the Riverfield ed specs. That's actually one of the things that the building committee worked from. But it was largely to get a more sophisticated and more accurate methodology of our enrollment projections, and it's turned out that they've been much more accurate than the ADS over the last 2 to 3 years. So we've been much closer. So I think that's the reason why it was done. And it was also, there was a lot of controversy about enrollment projections when I first got here. In fact, the first selectman was doing his own enrollment projections when I got here. And they were at odds with this. And I think the solution to this was, let's go out to bid for a third party to get it done. So that's what I recall, unless people with more history than me can fill you in on that. Does that sound about right?
Excellent.
Okay.
And so even though they're from 2010, you still believe that they're accurate?
Yes, they're accurate. We do year over year get an update from them so that our annual projections get tweaked. But we are going to be doing, I think, another 8-year projection, or ask them to update these projections based on the 2012 update to the census. But I believe we're going to wait until the new October 1 numbers come in, and then we're going to, do it one more time. So it's about time to do it again. They did it in December of 2010. Be about 3 years. That's about the right time to do it again. You don't want to do a full-blown 10-year one every single year. It's really not cost-effective. They're pretty expensive to do.
How much do they cost to do?
Anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000 to do a full-blown one.
When you s-
The annual updates cost maybe $1,000.
What do the annual updates do?
The annual updates simply take a look at the history, and they feed the numbers back into the model and give you the very next year's projection, and then we use that to budget. It's really used for a budget tool.
Have those numbers been updated higher or lower than the 2010 report typically?
They've been pretty close. Yeah, I think we've been pretty close. I mean, the schools have varied still. We're still seeing variations. They're better at predicting the schools than the prior one was, but that's where we still see the variations at the elementary schools, particularly at the kindergartens. But once they're here, once the kids are in, we've got a really good handle of what is going to happen over the next years. So it really doesn't change a whole lot. The real wild card in Fairfield is how do you predict the kindergarten enrollment? And that's the most challenging thing. Just when we thought enrollment was going to go down, 2 years ago we ended up with 810 kids in kindergarten. It's like one of the biggest classes ever. And so they were, they had undershot the mark there. Then the next year they were a little bit under. So on average, I think they've been pretty accurate. But the year-to-year ones are simply a one-year move. So those are very accurate.
Mrs. Leclerc, any other questions?
I just wanted to know, where does kindergarten enrollment stand right now for the current year?
Well, we're still taking, are you talking about for next fall?
For next fall?
Yeah. We are, the last one, this is a moving target, so we're not,
I understand.
right, yeah, we're not done yet. I think we were projecting around, I'm going to use round numbers here because I don't have the latest figures. We were projecting around 745, and right now enrolled, solid, we're at about 700. So by the time the year opens, we could be fairly close to the number. We have a couple schools where sometimes there's late kindergarten enrollment. So we might be a little bit lower than projected, but we're still, we're not falling off a cliff anytime soon. We're in the, anywhere between 7 and 800 at our, incoming classes.
Mrs. Leclerc, anything else?
I think
Mr. Brown?
So we have enrollment and we have capacity. Can you explain again, how do you determine capacity in an elementary school?
Well, in the MGT report, which does capacity, they actually have a method for this. I can't repeat it verbatim, it's right in here. But they look at, they look at a couple of things. They look at the number of students you can put in each classroom and the number of classrooms that you have. And then they look at the other program needs that you have. So they look at, for example, do you have enough classrooms for special education services? Do you have enough classrooms for speech-language pathology? Do you have enough classrooms for art? Do you have classrooms for music? And then based on that, they then do an analysis and say, here's the real capacity of the school, and here's where all your deficiencies are. And they actually went through every school and said, this school is, 4.5 classrooms deficient. And they also, when they were doing that, they would separate out portables from the main structure as well. So you've got capacity with portables, capacity without portables, and sometimes they'll find deficiencies in the common areas. So you have enough classrooms, say, for 480, but your cafeteria is only big enough for 380. That shows up as a deficiency. So that's how they do it. They assign a value, number of students per class, number of regular classrooms, all the special areas, and then determine whether there's any deficiencies. A mathematical model.
And then it's safe to assume that you use that information to develop the ed specs?
That's correct. Actually worked off of the deficiency report from MGT to develop the ed specs and the layout of what needed to happen into the school.
Okay. And the capacity of Riverfield, now I know it's all in here, it's like 400 right now?
Well, what, how many, 399 is the actual capacity of the,
Not counting the portable.
not counting portables.
Not counting portables. Okay. How about with counting portables?
What's the number with portables? 447.
447? Okay. All right, I'm just looking at the projections now. What do we have them going up to over 500, correct?
We
Into
go to
Riverfield, 509?
510, I believe, in 2018, 19, something like that.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Mrs. Alvin, Mr. Brockfield, and Mr. Walsh.
A continuation on the prior question. Could somebody please run through this list, which is your
The pink sheet,
student population?
yeah.
Could we just know, Burr Elementary School was built for 504 students, McKinley was built for 504, I believe with the annex, Osborne Hill is 504, Riverfield is slated to accommodate 504. I'd like to know how many schools we have in the district, Stratfield, how many schools we currently have prior to the Riverfield renovation that have 504 as a capacity, and then what the capacity is of the other schools with or without portables.
That's a population. It's enrollment.
Well, Burr's 504.
Correct. Dwight?
Not a 504.
It's not 504.
No, it's not.
The 504 schools are Burr, McKinley.
But I think I just listed them, but
Yep.
if we run down from Burr to Dwight, what is Dwight's capacity?
I don't know if it's is it a 399 school?
No.
Mr. Cullen, do you have
Mr.
it?
Cullen?
Please, instead of wasting
Then
time
we don't
on
have to
it.
run through it, that's
Yeah.
fine. And
Oh, here it is. Burr, 504, Dwight, 378, Holland Hill, 315, Jennings, 357, McKinley, 504, Mill Hill, 378, North Stratfield, 483, Osborne Hill, 504, Riverfield, 399, Sherman, 504, Stratfield,
Hang on. Sherman, 504.
Stratfield, 504, sorry.
Thank you. I just asked so that board members can have the information as they continue to absorb this evening.
Sure.
Mrs. Alvin, is that it?
That's it
Thank you.
for now.
I think Mr. Brockfield. You think I'm coming back? Mr. Walsh.
Dr. Tittle, the capacity for Riverfield is 399. Why aren't portables in that number?
That's bricks and mortar capacity.
Okay, what's the capacity at each of these schools, capacity? What I would call actual capacity.
You mean what is the capacity outside of bricks and mortar, including portables?
Yes.
Okay. Burr Elementary School is 504, Dwight is 378, Holland Hill is 399, Jennings is 378. Hold on one second. McKinley School is 504, that's got to be a misprint. Mill Hill, 483, North Stratfield, 483, Osborne Hill, 504, Riverfield, 504, Sherman, 504, Stratfield, 504.
So in regards to actual capacity, at the end of this process, we're going from full capacity of 504, which it currently is, to full capacity of 504 as built.
That is correct.
Right. We're not actually adding capacity, we're simply, I guess,
Replacing portables.
formalizing it, I guess would be maybe the way to think of it. Going from the portables. So we're not trying to make Riverfield bigger in terms of student capacity, except for we are trying to bring the core facilities up to hold the number of kids who are going there.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Like the lunchroom and that sort of thing, so that's all part of it. But right, yeah, so it's not, we're not adding classrooms above and beyond what we already have there in terms of the portables.
Okay, so capacity is 504, we're going to stay at 504, we're just getting rid of portables.
Correct.
And currently, the enrollment's 406, correct?
Yes.
So, and the MGT report shows that by 2021, you're anticipating Riverfield to have a capacity of 509?
Correct.
That's a 20% increase in capacity.
In enrollment.
Enrollment.
In
excuse me.
enrollment.
Have you guys talked to MGT, and what's the driving force for that? Why is there 20% when I look at your district as a whole in the MGT report and it's 12%? There's got to be something driving it at Riverfield.
I don't know.
They look at each school individually. If I were to guess, not have a definitive answer to you, we're much, the houses in our neighborhoods are on smaller lots. We have a tendency to have a lot of transition. They did look at those different outliers that I mentioned before, so they would be looking at neighborhoods, and they would know that if there's, tends to be a lot of home turnovers, if there's an older population that generally younger families buy with children, those things are all factored in. That's one of the reasons why we hired MGT, is because we weren't getting an accurate projection as to what schools were going to be needing seats in terms of enrollment. Now, it's not perfect, but it's given us a better idea of where we are as opposed to where we were in the past.
Okay, next time you talk to MGT, if you could find out what's driving it under their modeling system, there's got to
Sure.
be some outlying number that's driving that increase to be 8% above what the average for the district is. Further, the 12% increase that you're basing, you're saying that these are pretty accurate numbers from your experience. So we should be expecting a 12% increase in population of the elementary school, which to me says we're starting to have to start realizing that we have another bubble of children about to come through somehow during this, up to 2021. At least we think there's at least a 12% bubble. Is that what you're really expecting?
Yeah, it looks like it's going up, and then it's going to level off, and not going to come all the way back down again. So we're going to hit a permanent higher level than where we are right now, from a K-12 perspective. And, if you look at it, I mean, you keep thinking it's going to go down, and then if you look at the kids are in first grade now. We have 852 first graders. Okay? I mean, it's not going down quickly. So that group's going to march through the system.
Yeah.
And, we're not going to have 4 of those, but that's the biggest class that we have in the entire school system. It's in first grade. Right? And we seem to be in the, at a pretty high level. So, we can get a pretty good idea of what the school system enrollment's going to look like going forward by just looking at who's here right now. And, it certainly doesn't look like it's falling off a cliff anytime soon.
No.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Actually, some of the numbers that you just quoted, like this new first grade number,
Right.
is kind of scary.
Yeah.
And well, I'm looking at 12% coming by 2021. And how we're going to
Right.
find capacity for them. Because we're not adding any capacity whatsoever under this. For $14 million, we're not adding one new seat. Not
Right.
one.
Right.
So we're not doing anything to capacity whatsoever.
In terms of classroom seats.
Yes.
Right.
We're just
but-
maintaining what we are, and we're going to be getting rid of the portables.
Right, but at the same time, we're remedying some other deficiencies in there.
Oh, I totally
Yeah,
understand
right.
that. I mean,
Right,
I'm
yeah,
not,
there'll
I'm
be-
not saying that I don't agree there's some great things in there.
Right.
I'm just saying that, when we start looking at these MGT numbers, and we, as our board, have to start looking in the future about what are we going to do when you come to us with other projects, especially for capacity increases. And we have at least a minimum of a 12% increase coming in the next 8 years? 7 years. And then you're telling me that some of the numbers are off the charts, off of these charts, that we're not even dealing with.
they
It's something
did-
that we're going to have to start thinking about,
Right.
because what's going to have to start thinking about is where are we going to get the capacity for these students, because otherwise it's just going to become a complete merry-go-round and circus at the end on, oh, by the way, we got all these kids and we have no place to put them. That's all I have. Well, the other question I have for you is and I don't know whether this should come up with the building committee, or the building committee's going to make a presentation?
Next, yes.
I'll hold back on that.
Right.
Mrs. Leclerc, you had a question, I think, or
I
a
just,
comment?
if I could comment on what Mr. Walsh said, I don't think it's something that we need to start thinking about. I think it's something that we have been thinking about, and that's the whole point of starting this back in 2008, where we need to go, what we need to do, and it's a continual evolving process that needs to be updated as we go along.
Where's the process then, if you guys have so thought it out, where's the 12% capacity plus the extra kids from that 800 going to be placed?
We'll be at 504, we're projected to be at 509, so we'll be 4 seats short at Riverfield, but we'll be able to accommodate them.
No, I'm talking about the other seats,
Right,
the seats for
there's,
the extra 12%.
Yeah, if you look down the line in our long-range plan, for example, we don't have another big project on the horizon for the next couple, 3 years, but then they do start in again. So there is a plan.
Mrs. Leclerc, can Mrs. Leclerc.
There are 3 other elementary schools. They're farther out, but would be in time for the numbers you described. So there are other projects on the horizon. They're just not on the immediate horizon.
All right, let me follow up on that for a second. And Mr. Stone, you want to go? Go ahead. Yeah, please.
Sort of following up, if this report was done in 2010, right, that was sort of the height of the recession. Do we know how many kids came into the school system? I am. Is it on?
There
Get a little closer.
Use your outside voice.
I'll try. This was done in 2010, which was the height of the recession. And I assume some parents couldn't afford parochial schools or things like that, and were putting their kids into the schools system. Could this be skewed somehow? It's not going to be as dramatic as the 20% or the 12%? Do we have any knowledge of that?
No, that's one of the reasons why we're going to probably go out for a full reanalysis after October 1. And we had discussed this with MGT because they knew there was going to be some additional census data coming out in late 2012 that they could take advantage of to try to refine it, and there'd be 2 to 3 years of experience with their method that they could then tweak. So that could be factored into the reanalysis. We did not see wholesale in and out through the recession, back and forth. We really haven't seen that big impact from that.
Okay.
Yeah, I have one more. Can we, I want to make sure, I'm just going to do some cocktail napkin math here, just see if you can follow me, because I think Mr. Walsh raises an interesting point as regards capacity and a 12% growth rate or so. You take the pink sheet of paper and you look at the totals, you have roughly 4,800 students, right? Now, that includes the ECC. I mean, it's a rough
Right.
number, cocktail napkin math here, right? If you do 11% of that or so, it's roughly 500, 550 students, right? You come up to a capacity issue of about 5,400, right, that you need.
Round numbers, right.
Round numbers, right. I'm only good at round numbers. If you go to the sheet that Mr. Cullen just passed out, right? Mr. Cullen, help me out here. I'm looking at capacity with annex and relocations, right? Or relocations, is that the?
Relocatables,
Relocatables, whatever, sorry, I can't read sideways.
right.
I used to be able to, I can't anymore.
Those used to be called portables, now they're relocatables.
Yeah, okay. Whatever. Same buildings though, right?
Yes.
Okay. If I add that up, that comes to about 5,900 capacity across the elementary schools. Is that about right? So, I'm not going to say the dreaded R word, right?
Right.
But in terms of capacity district-wide, you have enough capacity with existing structures for 5,900 students.
Well, we have, that is true as long as the relocatables survive.
Okay, so
In other words, And I think that's what a lot of these projects going forward are to,
Okay, no, I get it, I get it.
you have to make, you'd have to keep the portables, or you have to attach
Okay,
them to buildings.
now take out the portables. Give me that number without the portables.
I have to add up this column here.
You need a calculator.
Huh?
Yeah.
It's going to be 10 portables at 250, so 59. I just want to see the education come up. 5,700, right?
Somebody doing the math on that?
I think it's going to be about 56 to 5,700.
Sal, are you running the numbers?
Right.
So 350 comes out? 315. So 5,900, right, so I said I thought 5,600, it's going to be about 5,600. So even if you got rid of all the, what'd you call them, relocatables, right?
Portables.
You're still at a capacity of 5,600, and with a 12% growth, you'd be at close to 5,400. Now, that doesn't talk about where they are and all that.
Right, and other deficiencies in the buildings that aren't accountable by those numbers, right?
Okay, but what I'm trying to do is, here's the way I'm looking at this
Right.
in my own mind, and we're jumping a little bit ahead. But to Mr. Walsh's point a little bit, we're being asked to spend $14 million to not add any capacity. That's a significant portion of the capital that essentially you guys have been allocated through the capital plan. So that,
Right.
so, later this evening, what I'm
Know
going to
that.
say is, right, there's, it's like talking to my seventh grader, right?
Right.
There's a lot of money there. You get to spend it, but once that's it, that's it.
Right.
So are you comfortable with this allocation of these funds not adding capacity, that there's not going to be an issue, assuming the growth rates? You see what I'm saying?
No, I understand. And the answer is yes. We understand there's it's like a salary cap, I think I said before,
Exactly.
right? And we're working on a salary cap here, and we may have to, we had to move some contracts out from under the current year, move the cap out, for both these projects. And as I think Mr. Mayor has, I think we've achieved that. And there's lots of other issues, which building committee knows more about than I do, lots of other issues with that facility other than simply the capacity issue.
Yes.
Yes. And as I said, when MGT goes in and looks, they say, okay, here's the listed capacity of the school, but if you look at all the deficiencies, how many rooms is this really deficient to offer our program?
Sorry, Dr. Tice, I'm sorry, it's really hard to hear.
Okay.
So in fact, they concluded in their report that we're actually 10 classrooms short from being able to offer our program, including, now that, 5 of those are portables, so, meaning that we are offering and putting people like the Spanish teacher in the server room, and we were deficient in some special ed areas, and, there are other deficiencies that are being solved here other than a capacity issue, and they can go into the
Yeah,
details
no,
around that.
and I think we know that, and
Right.
that was evident a lot by the
Right.
tour, I think.
Okay.
I hope others agree.
All right, good.
I want to go to Mrs. Leclerc. You've been very patient. Did you have a
Um,
follow-up? And thank you.
Well, I had two questions, actually. One is, what was the maximum enrollment at Riverfield in the peak of our enrollment going back a few years?
How high were we, you mean?
Right.
I don't know historically. I know that my son's grade, there were 100 kids in that group. We were close to 500. We can look it up and get it for you.
Okay.
I don't want to give you a number off the top of my head.
I think you just did.
And stand behind it.
Yeah, she doesn't
I'll
wanna
give
be-
you a quick
she
and
doesn't wanna
dirty.
be held
I'll
to
give you a
it.
quick and dirty.
I see.
Okay, and then the second one is I guess I wasn't realizing that the portables that are existing now brought us to 504 capacity. I thought it was somewhat lower. And so I guess what my question is with like ongoing maintenance costs, do you expect to stay the same, or are we going to see an increase in like 25% of our maintenance for the building, like utilities and things like that?
I think the building committee could
Yeah,
probably
I'd let
address
the- I would
that.
let the architect and the
Okay.
others, I don't want to hazard a guess there.
What?
You good?
Those, yeah, I'll wait.
Anybody else? We'll go to Mr. Walsh.
In regard to the April 24, 2008 final report and recommendations of the Elementary School Space Utilization Task Force report that was passed out to us, in the recommended plans for action, it does state the town to provide a maximum of 3 prefabricated modular annex buildings at 3 elementary schools, which include Osborne Hill and Sherman, which begs the question, where's the other one going to go?
I think that's a question you have to ask the building committee on this particular instance. That's something that we handed off to the building committee to decide what the best method of construction was at the site.
So clearly, we have one still available to use pursuant to that committee.
Pursuant to that committee.
Yep. Which
I
was a
think
pretty
I-
good committee, right?
I
Mary,
think
you were
I
on that
may be
committee.
able to answer the question. for
Mary,
the-
Mary,
since I was on it. And that was something Mr. Flato insisted on putting into the report. I don't believe there was full agreement by the committee, but we did foresee that there could be a potential need for Mill Hill to also need some kind of increase in building space if we were to get rid of all the portables.
Thank you, Mrs. Leclerc. And if I could actually just point out, we did find in the minutes that you were in favor of a bricks and mortar addition at Riverfield. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, the smoking gun.
That was meant as a positive comment.
No, I think I was done already.
On that note,
Were the annexes meant to be part of the long-term plan of the district? Because I found minutes to suggest that they were. Matter of fact, Ms. Albin, it's funny how things come around, but you're now on this body.
Right.
And in the minutes where we approved annexes at both Sherman and Osborne Hill, you stated that it has been continually stated the annex is part of the long-term plan. So is it or is it not? And has the long-term plan changed since then? Because that was 2008. I mean, it was 5 years ago. No, well, yeah, I'm quoting you. It's right here if you want to take a look at it.
nobody has our minutes from 2008 available.
I'm sure somebody could find them. Are you differentiating between portables, which we use as a term, and sometimes the pod or annexes? I don't know
Well, yeah,
whether-
this is from, this report that's quoted on, excuse me? I'm on page of the minutes from that day. This wasn't passed out. This is my own research I did in regards to the annexes. There was an RTM meeting on April 28th, 2008, during which there was two resolutions. One to approve the Sherman Annex for $1,850,000, and one to approve the Osborne Hill Annex for, I think it was $1.645 million. And there were questions in regards to, especially the report that Ms. Iacono brought forth tonight and passed out, and there was questions going back and forth about whether we should use annexes or not. And one of the lines says, as Board of Education Chairman Catherine Albin said that, yes, it has been stated continually that the annex is part of the long-term plan. The question is, I don't know how the long-term plan has changed since then. Is it currently part of the long-term plan?
At those two schools.
Well, those two schools are done. The long-term plan has schools in it identified that have portables that need to be made permanent. But the long-term plan does not specify the method by which that occurs. There may be some sites that aren't conducive to an annex building, and I think the building committee did a lot of research on that, and they can speak for themselves on why this particular site wasn't conducive to it. But as each school, and again, the next one isn't for a while, but as a Holland Hill or a Mill Hill come up, that building committee needs to look at all the options. And that is one of the options they can look at, see whether it's suitable for that or not.
But there's never been a reconvening of the elementary school space utilization task force. So the report that Ms. Iacona puts forth, dated April 24, 2008, is what I would consider in my field good law still. I mean, it's not been replaced or amended by anyone else.
No one suggested that, Counselor.
That's fine. So therefore, there is still a third annex available to be built. Thank you.
Mrs. Alvin?
Mrs. Leclerc and I are having fun, I assume. That task force was established by then Mr. Flato, the first selectman. And my words then as to of the pod system or the annexes, trying to remember that far back, that specific night, that specific meeting. I know that the superintendent at that time, Dr. Clark, and her administration were looking for ways in which to address specific needs at those two specific schools that they felt were going to be economically palatable to the town bodies that would need to fund them. And they were suitable for those two locations. It was the belief of that administration at that time that if these annexes could be used as a means of replacing portables and providing not additional space, but usually it was to replace the portable space with better facilities. Mrs. Iacono noted when she first read earlier this evening, the intention was that these would be attached to the buildings. In some cases, that's not feasible either, and that we had to create, in the case of Sherman, a hallway kind of thing that doesn't physically touch either space, because then that got into different funding problems. So I remember being in a meeting where I said, well, have it go over the building so that at least they don't get wet on each end, and it doesn't physically touch. So creative things were done to provide the space, to provide space that should serve this community as they're told to last 50 years, and versus the portables that we have falling down. I don't know what the decisions were of this building committee with regard to Riverfield, and we'll hear that in a bit. But I'm assuming, since they didn't bring that option forward to us, that they didn't think that was a suitable application in this case. So, as I try to remember back, if they could be used in places, maybe it will be something that they look at if, in the future, they're trying to deal with yet another school building. But that would be up to the building committees. They seem to be working at the two schools they're being used at, but I have no understanding for why, this building was treated differently.
Okay.
I might learn later tonight.
Thank you. Others? Quickly then, for myself, I want to address the principal on a day-to-day basis. Well, here's a, I'm going to play Joe Taxpayer for a second, okay, which I am. Yeah, Tom Taxpayer, right. So, gee, we spend all this money on schools. It seems like we're always building these schools. It seems like we're always going back and revisiting schools we renovated. When are we going to be done with a school? Why can't you guys get it right the first time? And these are the type of things that, this is one aisle in Stop and Shop, right, that I'll get those questions. So, does a renovation like this solve the needs of your school? Does this solve the problems that you have on a day-to-day basis, or is this something that's going to be back and forth with us in the next 5 years?
It's not coming back.
Are we doing it right the first time?
One of the things that we are doing right is attaching classrooms to the building. That's the number one concern that I have as an administrator. I'm not a taxpayer in Fairfield, but I'm an administrator that supervises students all day. And that is the biggest thing that we're accomplishing by the Riverfield renovation, is attaching 6 classrooms to the building that can be used for instruction. The deficits at the building are what is difficult for people that don't live in the building every day to understand. So right now, every portable in that school right now is not, except for the music portable and the orchestra and band portable, are being used for resource rooms for students. So if we have resource rooms in the building where teachers can do instruction for students that have special needs, those classroom spaces are going to address the capacity issue. So there's not a capacity issue today, but there is going to be a capacity issue. And I believe
Because
the
of these
renov-
latest enrollment projections.
Correct.
Talk to us, why is it such a big deal that the classrooms today are not attached to the building? Why is that? Now, you said that on the tour, you're being very consistent. Why is that the biggest issue?
I'm being very consistent because I've been an administrator for 15 years in 2
You
different districts.
started when you were 9.
I started when I was 9 years old. And I have been very consistent with, when I went to Riverfield Elementary School, I could not believe that there were classrooms that students were in that had no bathrooms, and they had to come out of a classroom with no adult supervision to get to the bathroom.
Wait, you mean,
And I couldn't believe.
portables?
Yes, from the portable. So a music class is being, a music class is taking place. Now, I've only been there for a year. The portables have been used for classrooms. 3rd grade classrooms were out in the portables. I've only been there for a year. Right now, band and orchestra and music are out there every day. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'll give you a 3rd grader who needs to go to the bathroom and comes out of that portable with a buddy to go to the bathroom in a school where nobody is supervising that transition. Because there's one music teacher who is now supporting 20 other students. So for me, when I went there in July, I couldn't believe I was in Fairfield. That's a very, very serious concern for me.
Yeah. Any other questions on this item? So, from your perspective, what's being proposed before us solves your day-to-day issues with the school?
Absolutely.
Dr. Title?
We're not coming back while I'm still here. I can't,
Maybe you're not coming back.
I may not be coming back. I may not be coming back.
say that.
That's right, I may not be. After tonight, right, may get me a one-way ticket out of town. No, I believe that, Ms. Anziano has had a lot of input with building committee. They've been very good about trying to understand the needs of the school. And we believe that this renovation will meet the capacity deficiencies that we've identified, and that's why the project is before you. And why we're willing to commit our portion of the salary cap to this project.
And I would only reiterate that part of it. Our board is very cognizant of the waterfall chart and our responsibility to manage the needs as we put them in priority order in conjunction with the waterfall chart. So when we spend $1 someplace, we know that that has a ripple effect, using the waterfall analogies continuing. So we plan with that in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Dwyer. Any other questions for the Education Administration or Board of Education before we do go to the Building Committee? And, of course, they're going to stay, and we can come back to them for questions. But if not, I'd like to move it along to the Building Committee. Great. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate the time. Mr. Quinn, welcome.
I'm getting there.
Yeah.
You need all 3 seats?
Yeah, listen there, that'll be fine.
This is my year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ken. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I'm happy to be here, finally. It's taken me about a year to get back here. You approved me as part of this committee in 2012, March, I believe. And so I'm finally back here. And I'm back here with a plan that I fervently believe in, okay? You talked about the annexes, and I was aware of the annexes early on in this project. But if you looked at Riverfield, okay, in terms of its layout, the physical layout did not lend itself to an annex because of the narrowness of the land that was available versus the squareness that we needed for an annex. Number two, there's a floodplain concern.
Versus the what that we needed?
The square. Okay, you need more of a square footprint than you do on an annex, okay? Versus, and also the floodplain. And I gotta tell you, an overwhelming concern, and Brenda didn't mention it to me is the word security. And that's, whether or not it's going to the bathroom, or the fact that you've got children, okay, isolated from the main school. That to me is a major concern, and something that we don't believe in this day and age can exist any longer. Okay, we've turned the page. During this year, okay, we turned the page in the types of schools that we have to prepare for. And in this particular plan, we put in a couple $100,000 to harden the safety and security of that physical building that 10 months ago, okay, wasn't even being considered. Okay, because the world did change and didn't change for the better. Okay, so, but this committee took that in advisement. We looked at a myriad, and I could tell you a myriad. I have an architect here who has dubbed me Mr. Vanilla because I don't think I permitted anything that wasn't a plain brick or a plain piece of tile. But we really tried our utmost to take every dollar out of this project that wasn't absolutely necessary. We looked at 2 stories. We looked at destroying the pod, rebuilding that pod area. Okay, we looked at moving the gym. We did test borings on the earth, the sample of the earth, to be sure where we're building in the future, okay, is capable of sustaining it. Tremendous amount of research that I was led to believe that wasn't done in the past, but it was done this time. So we really looked hard at all the different design elements. And I'd like to briefly take you through the design by our architect so you get a feeling for that. Ken? That's you.
And by the way, I mean, we do want to see it, but we did go and tour. We were kind enough to have the architects walk us through this on the tour, so it's not like we're rookies on this one, so you don't need to spend,
And just use the mic.
Yeah,
okay.
go right ahead. Thank you, sir.
I feel like I'm a singer here. Okay, well, it's a pleasure to be here. We have worked very hard with the building committee, and Tom's right that we've taken and squeezed everything out of this that we can and still maintain the ed spec. So what you see here, actually, there were a series, if you can see here, of 5 different options. And what ended up is we came down, you can see from the dollar signs, this is the initial one, this 15.1 was the initial one we presented to the Board of Selectmen. And at the time, they asked us to go to the police, make sure that all the security issues were addressed, and that actually bumped it. And then we started squeezing and kind of getting back down, and we ended up here at option D, which is what they approved and what I'm going to present to you tonight. So actually, just to see that actually this option D was a cut from option C, so the yellow was taken out, so that piece was taken out. What was there went into here, what was there got shared. So there was a music and science room. There's 2 music rooms. One of those is a flex room between music and science. But if you take a look at the site plan here, that's the place to start. The addition essentially is this area in the front, entrance and service areas, and the classrooms and the extension of the gym. in the rear. And what this does is, I guess I'll just walk you right through, and then I can show you the perspectives. But essentially, there's an overhang right now. If you're familiar with the school, those of you who went through, we're going to enclose that overhang and create a secure vestibule. So as you get into this vestibule, there are ballistic glass doors. This is all locked. Visitors come in, they don't go anywhere. There's a window here where they can be buzzed in and come through the office to enter. Also at night, there's doors here, here, and here. So if this is used at night for the gym, let's say, they can use the bathrooms, and then get out without actually being able to get into the rest of the school. So in addition, the cafeteria wasn't large enough. There was a single line, lunch line. The stage came out to give more floor area. We put in a second line and expanded the kitchen with a freezer and refrigerator and dry storage that was required. And then as you come through this way, this is the sort of service area, so you have the electrical, the water service, the custodian, a conference room for the school, and then the expanded gym back here. You can see the blue color. This is the green, it's the original gym. This expands to meet the ed spec of an all-school assembly with a stage at the back, platform. In order to get daylighting and keep daylighting into the schools, created just a simple courtyard where essentially it's the asphalt area that's between the current portables and the back of the school. And that extends and adds these classrooms back here so those portables disappear. We've also, some of the areas that were talked about that were needed that weren't in the regular school were the resource rooms. So we have resource rooms that are sprinkled throughout, 4 of them. One in here. Where's the 4th? And then the administrative suite gets reconfigured for the security issues. The health suite was not large enough to meet code, so that got expanded. There was no OT PT room, so that gets put into here. And gifted classroom offices for language arts, speech, instructional improvement, and a social worker. So where the math, science class office, so where those offices could be shared because they weren't full-time members, we did that as well. So initially in the ed spec, these were individuals, but then we went back and said, well, these guys can share spaces. So the footprint and the floor plan that you see here tonight, it meets the ed spec. It's as tight as it can be. We squeezed 2 feet out of this area once we did the layout with the state building official. So every square inch of this building was tweaked down.
Okay.
In terms of the image of it, this is the new entrance, so that's that overhang. Can you see this? This is actually where the pod is now, the 5th grade. It doesn't really change, but the rear elevation is where you can see that this is the extension, the gym extension here and this extension right here. So it's all keeping in the same kind of language of the school, so it feels like it fits in. Neighbors, we talked with the neighbors, and they were concerned about the gym as it is and some sheds over here. So we met and had an individual meeting with a lot of the neighbors, and the one thing that we ended up putting is some arborvitaes along this. That's the only major landscaping.
Okay, thank you, Ken. I think as we look at this building, okay, there was a great deal of input from everybody, and certainly from the principal, okay? Nothing went into this plan that didn't secure full 100% agreement. And we did the same thing with the Board of Ed offices. This project will have new construction area of 16,000 square foot, 418 breakage. Renovated area will be 45,000. Okay, you'll end it up with a school that's 61,453 square feet. When you look at our our projected cost, or our estimated budget, our construction is $320 a square foot. So give you some ideas of where we're at. Option D is where the committee, okay, and the Board of Selectmen decided to go. And that included air conditioning. And that, to us, is a critical environment, okay, for kids to learn. I've heard all the stories about, well, my grandfather didn't have it, my father didn't have it. I didn't have it, okay? I certainly didn't have it. But I'll tell you, the world is changing in terms of health concerns, in terms of educational, okay, ability to learn. In fact, I didn't plant the article, but in the New York Times this weekend, there was an article, "Schools Are Not Cool," okay, which I'm willing to share with you. And basically it was by a teacher who's written a book on the environment in school, that kids are more interested about getting cool than surpassing their learning environment, of excelling. And our job here as a school committee is to make sure we design and build a school that permits our students to excel. And not worrying about whether they're going to have heat problems. That day that you came, I did not turn the heat up. I did not shut the fans off, contrary to public opinion, okay? But, and on a serious note, 4 children went to the nurse's office because of heat-related issues, okay? That's not what Fairfield wants to be. I don't believe it. This committee doesn't believe it. And so we're asking you folks to vote yes on our plan, which includes air conditioning, because I think it's the right thing to do for the students. This whole plan, the reason I took this job was to develop a plan for Riverfield that we can be proud of. Not for the design implications, but because of the learning environment. I'm willing to answer any and all questions.
Thank you. Board members, questions for the building committee? Mr. Bolito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to acknowledge the fact that the owner's representative for the project is here tonight. That's something that I've long advocated for, and I'm glad to see we finally have one on this project. I just want to get your take on what you see as your responsibility going forward, because one of the issues we've had with past school projects is that we get drawings and architectural sketches about what it's going to be. We approve the money, and then stuff ends up getting done that we didn't have any idea about, whether it's copper roofs, cloud ceilings, you name it. So if you could just give us a brief synopsis about what your responsibility is as the owner's rep on this project.
Well, first, thank you for your endorsement. My name is Mark Skolenk. I'm with Strategic Building Solutions, and we were engaged last fall as the town's owner's representative for this project. Our primary charge is to ensure that the program is met in terms of the educational specs, that a comprehensive budget is developed, and once it is developed and approved, that the project is delivered for that budget, that a comprehensive schedule is developed, and that the project is delivered within that schedule, and that it's of the quality that you purchased. So if you bought a $100 square foot ceiling, you're getting a $100 square foot ceiling. That, in a nutshell, is what an owner's representative performs.
And he's my hit man.
Right. It's important to note, too, that you're going to be, or your firm is going to be on site throughout the project, and that, you're skilled in the trades, you know the business, and that you're going to be there basically from beginning to end, making sure that everything is done the way it's supposed to be done, correct?
Yeah, I can give you the sales pitch if you'd like. We're a firm of 60 professionals, architects, engineers, construction manager types, and we are experienced overseeing projects from the conceptual phase, which is where we are today, through design, bidding, construction, and closeout. And we will have representatives, including myself, and a team of other managers to oversee the entire process.
Good, thank you. Question for Mr. Quinn. Obviously, you looked at this exhaustively, and knowing you personally, I trust your judgment. But I do want to just flesh out a little bit about why annexes were not used here. I know you mentioned the topography, the fact that it's in a floodplain. You mentioned something about the fact that an annex, which is basically a prefabricated building like we use at Sherman and Osborne Hill. Because it's square, it doesn't really fit the site that you have. You needed something that was kind of more rectangular. Is there any other reasons why you determined that the annex was not appropriate here?
That and the security issues.
Right, so
that
it's a
are inherent
connectivity.
with that. That is correct. And beyond the annexes, okay, is just another relocatable, really, okay, with a little more permanent value.
Right.
But still, it doesn't solve any of the resource issues that this school has had. And when I went through it for the first time, I got to tell you, I was kind of taken aback with the special needs students and where they had and how they were trying to be taught in a physical environment that wasn't conducive for that. And so I'm not sure that the annexes would have contributed to the solution.
One last question, if I might, on security. I know that we're doing some serious work in the vestibule, and it is indeed an indication of the changing times. It's kind of sad, really, that we have to think about things that way, about bulletproof glass in a school, but this is the world we live in now, and it is what it is. In terms of the rest of the building envelope, thinking about the back of the school, the sides of the school, where there are ways to get in and out. We talked about it a little bit on the tour, but just for public consumption, what's being done to address the security around the building, not
Okay.
just the front?
I'm not going to go into specifics, okay, but I'm going to tell you that the school building is what we would call being hardened, okay? And things that we're doing, we're looking at all the doors, all the exits, okay? We're looking at the type of glass that's there. Can people get in? The whole object of the school security is not to be able to keep people out forever, okay? It really, when I met with the chief for the police, and their mantra on this is, give us 3 to 5 minutes. And then every policeman in town will be there. And so we're designing this building to give them 3 to 5 minutes at a minimum. Okay? Now, we can't say we're being 100% successful. God forbid if anything happened. But we're going to try our damnedest.
Thank you.
Go to Mr. Walsh.
Sure.
And this is the architect, I guess. Why couldn't the building be designed as it is, but have a prefab structure off the back where the new classrooms are built? It's almost kind of the same structure you have, but have a prefab number of a hallway, classrooms, and have it be fully connected. So we have the security that that the building committee seemed to want to address, and still have a cheaper option in regards to the construction.
I don't think it is a cheaper.
Okay. Can you explain why it's not?
cost of it. I mean, George, you've done some more of these.
Good evening. The cost differentials between a prefab structure, when you're trying to tie in the rest of the base systems of the building, there's no economy of material savings, I don't believe, especially in the foundation designs. They're all relatively the same costs. So if you're going to try to do something as an annex, the reasons I think the annexes were used like at Sherman is you had a flood elevation situation and it had to be designed as an independent building. Those conditions here don't exist.
We didn't have that at the other school, though. We didn't have that at Osborne Hill at all. There was no
Not at
FEMA
Osborne,
regulations.
No, I'm just talking about the one situation I'm aware of.
Yeah.
So I don't believe when you're trying to integrate the mechanical systems and the air conditioning systems as well as the plumbing systems, creating it as a freestanding structure with just a connected corridor that doesn't give you any economy.
Can you give me some sense of what the cost of those classrooms along the back, the new section, including the hallways, that entire part of the structure will cost?
Well, what was our square foot cost, Mark? $320 per square foot?
Approximately $5.3 million of the construction number is for the new construction alone, which is about $320 a square foot.
That's new construction, including the new construction in the front of the building and the
Yeah,
sides?
that's right, which is 1,200 square feet in the gymnasium.
Do you have any idea on how to break out the total new construction costs at the back of the building, which are, what is that, 6 classrooms back there?
Yeah, and resource rooms. What's the square footage of that, just the classrooms?
I mean, one of the reasons I'm asking is because we did, for 1.8 $8 million. We got, at Sherman, we got 6 classrooms and 2 bathrooms.
Well, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and a half, 7.
Plus the gym expansion.
Plus, I know,
But that's part of the attachment.
Who's asking how many classrooms? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and a half, 7.
Here's a mic.
7 and a half.
No, but here's a mic.
7 and a half. I mean, if you look at the way it's configured, it's not just a straight piece.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's a little bit of an L.
Yeah, it's an L shape, and
Yeah.
it's kind of staggered, and it works around the grade, and there's a lot of conditions that is particular about this site that is challenging in order to get it to work.
Okay. And you have no way to figure out what the cost of that 7.5 classrooms would cost to bricks and mortar cost it?
Now, without running some back-of-the-napkin numbers right now, just on the square footages of those classrooms and the $320 a square foot.
How long would that take you?
A couple minutes.
All right, if you can start working on that, we can
I'm on it.
continue to move on. Because my thought is, if we have some rough estimates on what we've already paid in the district for the prefab, which was sold to us, is actually lasting longer, it had a 60-year life, as opposed to a 40-year for bricks and mortar. At least that's what we were advised when we were buying that. It would appear that we might be able to save some money. I guess I have another question. When I was on the Board of Selectmen, and we had this project come before us, we were told by the architect, who's not here, not before us now, so I'm not directing it to you, and to Mr. Morabito, that this project was going to cost $11 million. When it first came out, and I was very concerned about that, because building projects are going way, way over what we were being told from the beginning to the end. And, you know, we were originally told there were a certain number, then they went past that. When this project first came, I think the number that your committee got was about $18 million for what you wanted? Okay, and then you whittled it down to the $14 or $15 million it is now.
Yeah.
What was the differential in the cost that got from 11 million, which, you know, I told people to put their reputations on the line on that number, to now being 15 million?
Okay.
It's $4 million.
We don't have a complete diagnostics, because that was not done, you know, the way we did it. But I can tell you there was a lot that was missing in terms of, there was no owner's rep, there was no bond money put in there, no contingency dollars. The site work was totally undervalued in terms of how much it would cost, okay, in terms of construction. So, I mean, you know, we couldn't put it together and say, we could come up with maybe 13 and a half that we could identify. We took the 11 million and put, you know, the stuff we can tell, and that was 13 and a half to 14. And, you know, but, you know, the committee took over, we had no basis in that 11 million. That's not where we started from. We started within the educational specs.
Okay. But the problem is, Tom, we, on the Board of Selectmen, when we're taking this on, and then we start inserting it into the waterfall, which Mr. Mayor has to monitor, we're putting in an $11 million number because we have an architect and we have a representative from the school system who are both saying this is not going to be above $11 million.
I understand that.
And to hear now that it's at 15, it's much better than 18, but is, you know, we have to have a better process in this. These numbers just can't be just so dramatically off.
I think
mean, a $500,000 here, $1 million, maybe, but it's just, these numbers are just continually dramatically off.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about the process. Okay, I think the process is, as we've lived this thing for the past year, first of all, we have to have all the construction managers, owners rep hired at the same time. Okay, along with the architect, so that we all get on the same page right away. One of the reasons we had an $18 million is we didn't have everybody on board, and things were being surmised and judged, and they were wrong. Okay? We need to get everybody in front on the same page right away. So you hire them all together, so you know what you're working from. And second of all, in terms of a process, we have to, if we're going to do a sort of a back-of-the-envelope estimate, we need to do a better job, spend a little bit more money up front, okay, to get a better feel for the range that something's going to cost us. That one was not done to our specifications. Let's put it that way.
Doing you, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Title, how do you feel about this? Because you're actually, you came up with an idea I really liked, which was you come up with a project, you go over the specs, you ask for a certain amount of money, we give it to you, then you hire your architects, basically, and you do the project. And if the project runs out of money, so be it. It gets scaled back to whatever the original number was. In this situation, if that had been done, we would have gone through the town bodies and assigned you $11 million, and major things would have been cut off of this project. It doesn't seem like in this situation that new model would have worked well for the Riverfield community, I guess. I mean, you would have been locked into a number, or had to come back and explain some deviation on why it happened and things like that. And I'm just trying to figure out, because that's kind of what you're doing on the next matter on Ludlow.
Yes, but we, the purpose of the hiring the architect at the front end of this one was not to give a number that then would be approved by town bodies. That was a number to get enough done so we knew the question was going to ask, but the process had been seed money first, right? And so we actually, in previous years, had never hired an architect at all on the Board of Ed side. They said, here's the project, we've done some calculations on our office, give us the seed money, we'll figure it out. So we inched into this thing, and we paid a very modest sum of money for a very rough design, because the goal of that was to get the seed money. The Ludlow project, we spent more money up front to get much more detailed cost estimating. Still not nearly at the level you get from these gentlemen, because we didn't spend $250,000, to do the work. So we think the Ludlow project was more architecturally detailed. We put more effort into it. We did front some more money on it. And because the project had already been going, we had a hazardous materials analysis done as part of it as well, because the window project's been around for a while. So they were really done for two different purposes. But you're absolutely right. If under the sort of new model, if the project does not have sufficient funding to do what it wants to do, then the building committee has two options. One, go back to the Board of Ed and say, we need you to revise the ed specs, we can't get it done, or has to come back through all the town bodies and say, look, we were off by this amount, and here's why, we need more money, and if they don't get it, then that's the end of the deal. So I think that there were two different purposes, and so we did more extensive work. I think what you'll see from the Ludlow project is more extensive work done up front by the architect than you saw on the Riverfield project, because the purposes were different.
But you can understand the frustration, especially when we start setting expectation for all the town bodies, starting at the Board of Selectmen, when we start putting a number on it of $11 million. And the question specifically asked to that architect, who is getting some amount of money, maybe $250,000.
Right.
How confident are you with these numbers? And he's saying those numbers will hold up at $11 million. And then the first numbers we get back from our committees, $18 million. It's 50% over the amount that we were just told within the last 12 months before that it was going to be.
Right, I understand.
Yeah.
Mrs. Alvin.
I have a question for the building committee, but just to continue or follow up to Mr. Walsh's comments. I think that we can now say decades, projects have come before, school projects have come before the town with, I think, overly optimistic numbers at the beginning. And Dr. Title has presented the possibility of a different process. I think not tonight, but at some future time, the appropriate town bodies should engage in that discussion. And because it's been decades that numbers have been put on the table that have never held, and they've been off by 50%, less than 50%, and more than that. So I share Mr. Walsh's frustrations. I think everyone does. And if we can find a process that in the future, it's not this body's job to do it, but at a future date, and a discussion by the appropriate bodies, that would be, I think, helpful for the future. And I have a question on the site plan, because I was reminded from a meeting I had attended, I believe it was at the Board of Selectmen level some time ago, when there was discussion about the bus loop and the parent drop-off. And we haven't heard much about that recently, but there was discussion that teachers were assisting in the parent drop-off. This is how it was going to be run. Can someone explain that, just so that people understand how that will be handled? It's not necessarily a factor in my decision, but I think that it would just be helpful to be updated on that.
No, we did address that. We did meet with the principal, and one of the things they did with the new traffic pattern, it took a little while to get it instituted, and they needed more hands on deck to do that. And they are now back down to their original staffing levels from where the old Kiss and Go loop was, as parents learned where they needed to go. So where we were initially concerned that we were going to have additional staff out there telling parents where to go, where to drive, where to park, or where to go through the loop, that's sort of self-corrected itself now that, and in full disclosure, I'm a parent there, we've all learned the new pattern. And we're back down to, like I said before, the original staff, and I'm sure Mrs. Anziano can address that if she needs to.
So this pattern is to avoid constructurally making any changes, is that correct, in an effort to save money? Is that correct?
To some degree, yes. But really what happened was the whole Superstorm Sandy and the, right, was it Superstorm Sandy? Yeah. So many storms, the blizzard. Oh, it was the blizzard. There was so much snow, we couldn't use our old drop-off area, our regular drop-off area, I should say, and we were forced to improvise, and it turned out that new pattern that we set up worked better than the old pattern that we had. So they met with the building committee and said, hey, we have this new way to do it. We don't think you need to make any structural changes to the site for it, and we want to move forward. But one of the conversations that came out of that was our concern for all the staffing, because that took a tremendous amount of staffing to do that. But as I said, now that the parents know where they're going and know what they're doing, we're back down to our regular staffing levels.
Can we be comfortable that the pattern that's being used is safe, in the interest of safety?
We
since
did
we are
ask them to
discussing
run
things
that.
like that? And that in the future, there wouldn't be someone coming back here saying it doesn't work, it's not safe, we need money to change it?
We did ask the police department to review it, and they have signed off on it. I can't guarantee that someone's not going to come back and tell you it's not safe, but the police department has
Right.
reviewed it.
Thank you.
Wow. Never thought I'd hear a discussion on staffing a kiss-and-go loop. That's a new one. Any other questions? I have one for myself, a couple. And this goes back, I'm going to ask Dr. Teitel and Mr. Dwyer to come forward again. This goes back to kind of the overall discussion we're having on priorities and these projects and how they fit into the overall financial plan. Mr. Quinn, thank you, and thank you to your colleagues on this. And I'm not saying we're done yet, but
Pack up yet. Stay available.
Yeah, there you go.
Stay available.
So, Mr. Quinn, I know they did a lot of hard work working with the police department, analyzing the security issues related to the school. I know that the budget was increased $250,000 related to the security issues for the school. So if I factor that in with all the buildings we have, factor it in that the middle schools are larger, and factor in that the high schools are larger still. What you can have is a situation where somebody's safer in one school than another school, right? So in your capital plan for the school system, if I do a rough calculation here of $250,000 for every elementary school, $500,000 for middle school, pick a number, $750,000 for a high school, you're looking at a price tag of an additional $5 million in school security costs. Are you prepared for that in your capital plan?
I'll give Dr. Tittle a moment to think before he comments. As I think each member of this board knows, the police department has undertaken a survey of all of our buildings and is in the process of putting a report together. We're going to get an update from the police department this coming Tuesday in an executive session, and we have purposefully, I'll say not postponed, but scheduled the revised capital planning document to the fall so that we could take into account the PCB report that we're getting, but also the security report we're getting, and then be able to update the plan accordingly. The only, no matter how much back of the envelope or back of the napkin math that you do, whenever a new number comes up, we have to find a way to accommodate that number and keep faith with the waterfall chart. We understand that's a fundamental, I'll say, a guideline that we have in planning capital. So do I have an answer today as to, okay, here's how we'll accommodate your number of 5 million? No, I don't, but we know that we're responsible to make that happen.
Thank you.
Right, yeah, there's, several different ways you could accomplish whatever comes out of the police report. And then one way to do it is to take it as one large project, take it through as a big bond, and do it all at once, kind of a thing. But we have capital non-recurring projects that come forward. It can be done over time as we do other renovations. It can be done, some of the smaller things, maybe it'll be done over time out of an operating budget, out of maintenance projects. So there's a variety of ways of funding it. There's some state funding that's recently become available that we're going to apply for.
We applying for that state
We
funding?
will be applying for
with
that,
this?
yes. This round, and there's 2 other rounds that supposedly are coming, although the last time they had these, rounds 2 and 3 never materialized. So, again, we'll be looking at those funding opportunities. It doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get them. So I think we need to find out what the recommendations for the police are. We need to prioritize them. And we need to look at a plan to implement them, and that plan may take several years.
My concern with that is how palatable is that going
Right.
to be to a public that says, hey, my kid's behind ballistic glass, but, my kid's not.
Right.
I mean, you're setting a precedent here, and you can't value one group of kids more than another group of kids at another school. And it's not going to be too hard for someone who's got ill intent to figure out which school doesn't have the latest and greatest.
Right.
So when you do something like this, you're actually making a commitment that you've got to do similar upgrades surrounding other buildings. Is that-
Right. It's just a question of how and when. Right. And there's multiple options with some of our schools. And I think they're being deliberately open, I think, to what that protection might look like, because technology's evolving, there's different opportunities. It may be that there's something, short of ballistic glass. I don't think we want to necessarily get into every option that's out there, but sure, we want to upgrade all of our
I just
all of our
want to make,
schools.
and I just want to make
Right.
sure that as you're advocating for certain projects that
Right.
have certain needs, that these type of discussions are happening so that it's not dumped in our lap where we thought the waterfall was this, in this, and all of a sudden, oops, it's not that, it's this. And then we've put the town's financial picture in a greatly different light.
I understand.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can I comment? One of the things we did find out in researching this, this is an embryonic art form for school safety. There are a number of firms out there that are just getting more involved in it. It has not been that top of mind until now. So we have to search to find different solutions. But more and more will come, and I believe they'll come at less cost. Okay? So that you ought to know that as we were the first to renovate after Newtown, we had to do something, I think, in terms of utilizing whatever knowledge we had.
Mr. Walsh? Thank you, Mr. Quinn.
I'd like to, and Mr. Flynn and I talked about this on the tour. I wholeheartedly support his position on this, and I think you're going to have to think about it as the board's going to have to think about it, and you're going to have to think about it as administration. Because if you're telling me that you need these security measures, and we need hardened glass and ballistic glass and all these hardened doors and stuff like that, and the police report says that we need it, I fully support it. But I think all the children in the district have to have the same protection. Safety doesn't get waited, we don't wait around for safety until your school's up for a renovation. Because the school that was the last one done might have to wait 15 or 20 years. And to me, that once you get that report and your body starts talking about it, whatever that security is, you've got to address that immediately. Because you're asking us to jump on with these security measures now for this school and to spend a fair amount of money. But I would expect that you're going to come back to us with something for all the schools so that they're all brought up to the same standard. Because we can make an argument of whether, oh, that school's got air conditioning and that school does not. And is that fair or is that not? But safety is not something I don't think that we can play around with. I mean, either everyone's safe or we got to have the same safety levels wherever we go. So that's going to have to be something I think the administration and the board is going to have to address on a more immediate basis, at least for me, because if not, I'm going to have a hard time approving other projects going forward if the safety at all the schools isn't addressed uniformly under some type of protocol or procedure. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. I'm going to go to Mrs. Leclerc and Mr. Bolito.
I just want to comment one moment on what Jim has just said, because I disagree, and I don't think we can do everything at once. And an example of that is that Riverfield's been waiting for 15 years to get rid of their portables. And so, and there's still a line of schools behind them. So I just want to put that on the table, that we can't do everything at once, and we have to take it piece by piece. Can I
I'm
ask
sorry.
other questions, or do people have questions on this?
Yeah, let's stay on this topic
Okay.
for a second, and then I did have one follow-up, and then we can go. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One other thing to point out is that I agree wholeheartedly with the security upgrades at this school. I think you have to start somewhere. This is the first school that's being done after Newtown, and I think a plan needs to be put in place for upgrades at the other schools. However, I also find it ironic that this very board did not fund a police program to create a task force to deal with school security. There were reasons for that, but that has to be a piece of it as well. This can't all be just about buildings and infrastructure. It has to be about personnel and interaction and relationships, as would be provided by that police task force that was provided. It's all about priorities. You know, a lot of people argued about things like the Pequot Library and about other things, and maybe this is a little more important. So just putting that out there.
Thank you, Mr. Bolito. One thing about the discussion on the police and this infrastructure, one thing we did ask the police department to do was come back with a more holistic approach. And some of the reasons why we didn't go with the operating cost was it wasn't a holistic approach augmented by some type of capital plan specifically for the school structures, but we also have to think of the other town structures. We had the tax collector in here today. We get her out of here quickly because it's easy to go after. No, in all seriousness, that's an area where she deals with the public all the time, and those buildings have to be secure. So it's an issue that we have security townwide, not just with our school system. So we need to keep that into consideration as well in our operating costs. Mr. Walsh read ahead on my notes here. The air conditioning, you're opening up a can of worms with air conditioning now. So you're going to have air conditioning in this school, and you're going to have to address what the air conditionings are in the other school, particularly if you're going to say that it's going to impact student performance, which is what your article that you passed around today said. Now, I'm not saying I support that in all the schools. Don't read into my comments, other than I'm just looking at the bag of worms that gets opened by these items as we sit here and approve it. And I'm imagining what we're going to have to talk about over the next several years as we sit here as relates to the schools. And it just concerns me a little bit. I want to make sure it's thought through. That's all. Mr. Walsh?
Talking about air conditioning, is air conditioning a security measure at this point in time? Because
Not really, not
I
really.
heard that continually during our tour. I think
Yeah.
Tom did
Well,
as well.
yeah.
Well, I'm just
So
going to
did
explain to
Jim.
you what I heard. You weren't there, Tom.
No,
So
no.
what I continually heard from some of the PTA members and I think the principal was that it becomes a security measure because teachers want to open up doors, and there's just not a free flow of air. And there's doors that are attached that open only out, so you have to be inside. They took the doorknobs out, which I think was a great idea. But it becomes a security measure because there's no airflow through these classrooms. So therefore, when it gets to 80, 90 degrees or more, there's a tendency to want to open the door to allow fresh air to come in, even though I take it's against policy. But it's hard to, with 22 to 25 children in a classroom who are dying and sweating and all this other stuff, not agree to do that as a humanitarian basis for just a short time. But is it becoming, I guess, and Tom, I'm not asking you, I guess, from the building thing, but I guess from, as a perspective, as you're looking at air conditioning at some of these schools and the way our schools are designed that have these doors that lead out from every classroom on one level, is it becoming a security issue?
I think it's related to security, and it's related to if you want to have a modern educational facility, that would include, air quality and air conditioning, and, I mean, to say we're going to renovate a school to modern standards and then not include air conditioning seems to me, in 2013, completely an oxymoron, as the politicians say. Having said that, I will tell you the Ludlow project does not have air conditioning. Okay?
Right.
But the Ludlow project was not intended to be a full-scale, modernize the whole structure, bring it up to the modern ed specs project, but it is something the board considered, and the price tag was a lot, and they said, in these times, we're going to suffer. But in that case, for example, at the high school, it's not good there, and I will tell you that, it's hot, but the heat's up on the second floor. If they open the windows, that's not the same thing as your first grade teacher opening her door to the parking lot. So the security concerns are much bigger issue at the elementary schools that tend to be on one level with the doors that open up. And, I know at Jennings where, my kids go and there's no air conditioning in that building and all those doors open to the back pavement, it's really tempting to open it, but it's wide open back there. But I think on the sort of thermal comfort, air quality, modern, we're saying we're having a modern facility piece, to me, that's enough. I think the security adds another layer to it.
So in your facilities plan, you are considering this as it relates to what's has to happen in other facilities?
Yes, we'll have to. Okay. Because I think that, we ran into a problem at Sherman, because Sherman's got the unique situation of the FEMA cap, right? So, that project may never finish, right? Because of the, you've got the cap, you can never do the full, what you want to do.
That'd be disappointing because we did, that project had to be cut in two, and we did make
had to be cut in
assurances to
pieces,
them.
right.
Yeah.
And there is, in the long-range facilities plan, there is a Sherman Phase 3 coming back, but that FEMA cap really, that's the one off from, why do you keep coming back with these projects? I think everyone knows that one's coming back, but there is no air conditioning in the Sherman project.
Yep. I have Mrs. Leclerc, is this right on this point?
No, she can go.
Okay.
Well, it's
Mrs.
on a
Leclerc.
different topic, so if...
Are you all set? I just want to make sure if we're staying on top.
Just briefly. Speaking of air conditioning.
Right.
It would seem to me that, given that this has become an issue now with security and air conditioning, that maybe a revision of the long-range facilities plan might be in order to include specifically these areas. We never thought about things like bulletproof glass in schools before, and sadly now we do have to think about those things. And it would seem to me that a revision of that long-range facilities plan to include security measures specifically and the estimated costs, as well as air conditioning, frankly, might be a good idea going forward, just so we can kind of all get on the same page and the public can have the idea that, all right, maybe my school doesn't have air conditioning and bulletproof glass today, but they didn't forget about us, Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bellino. Anybody else on this specific topic? Again, I think you just hear this board wants to make sure that there's a holistic plan. And I would say, as I said earlier, it's important at the schools, but we do have functions at Town Hall that, I tried to make in jest before.
Right.
But people are not happy when they go into Town Hall sometimes, and we need to be careful about that as well.
And I should also point out the central office here.
Frequently, I'm not happy when I leave this room.
Hey,
Well, we have some unhappy customers that come through our doors, and we have to address that as well, seriously, and.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Right, we don't own the space, but we get a lot of people that work here.
Yes. Mrs. Leclerc?
I started to ask this question before, and I don't know who wants to answer it, but we're coming off of a very difficult budget season, where the idea of affordability was promoted and that we have to keep budget increase down. So we're increasing this school by 25% in size. And so what I want to know is, what do we project for the increase in utilities and maintenance? And will it cost us more ongoing to run the school?
Now, at this stage in the project, okay, we haven't run an operating budget long-term, to answer your question directly, okay? Our expectations are that we will have an efficient fresh air system and a modern fresh air conditioning system, okay? But to tell you that we're going to be lower, I can't tell you that. It's a design stage at this point.
Okay. Are you looking for energy efficient?
Yes, absolutely. I have a number of members of my committee who would be right on my throat if I didn't, believe me.
Yeah, I have other questions, but should...
Feel free,
Okay.
because we're about to wrap up this, and I want to go to Mr. Mayor.
Hold on a second. Okay, with putting in the air conditioning, within the last 5 years or so, I think we replaced the boilers in the school. Will we be using the same boilers?
The
or
same
are we using
boilers
the
will
same
stay,
boilers?
absolutely.
Okay. And then one last thing, when we went for the tour of the building, I forgot to ask are we replacing the blacktop behind the building, or will that just stay grass?
Replacing the
No,
talking the
well,
courtyard?
there's the new strip of building. Are we going to put another blacktop strip back behind, or will it
The
just remain
courtyard
grass?
will be gravel, or it's the,
The current one, but will there be a new one, or is it going to remain grass?
it's going to remain grass behind it.
Okay.
There'll be a drive, for emergency vehicles.
There will be
There will be a
driveway,
driveway on the side of the building, next to the gym.
but just on, it won't go around back.
No.
No.
We're going to go back to Mr. Walsh's question on the costs for the calculation by our owner's rep.
Oh,
I was waiting for that.
There you go.
$2.85 million. And
2.85 million.
that's for just the classroom addition with the corridors.
That's for 7.5 classrooms?
That's
yeah.
what it was, that was the, yeah.
Did that include any bathrooms or no?
Yes,
How many bathrooms?
2.
Okay,
All right, Mr. Walsh?
thank you.
All right, any other questions from board members for the building committee or the administration at this point?
It doesn't include-
Not the gym, all right.
Could
Okay,
I-
Mrs. Leclerc?
Sorry. One last thing, the combo of the science music room.
Yes.
Which music room will that be? Will that be the general music room or the practice rooms that will be combined?
I believe that's the practice room, right?
That's the band orchestra room.
Yeah.
And then my issue with that is that, like, instruments don't go well with water and science, and so how will you keep them separate?
Ken, you want to answer that?
There'll be a demonstration table in the front of the room that has the water and gas, but the desks are loose. It's not a science room like a middle school or a high school. So they're not, the desks are open, they use kits more. I mean,
It won't be
the principal can
tables
talk
or-
to the type of science, but it's more like discovery room kits that they use.
Okay.
So it's a flex space, more like a flex space.
Okay.
All set, Mrs. Leclerc?
Sure.
Great. Yes.
Through the chairman to Mr. Morabito or Mr. Cullen, when we built Fairfield Woods and the classrooms additions there, were those prefabricated, or did we end up going with bricks and mortar on that? Bricks and mortar? Thanks.
Okay, questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, gentlemen, thank you. We're going to turn over to Mr. Mayor now to talk to us about the waterfall model and the financial implications of this, which we've all seen before, but I do want to go through it again briefly. Mr. Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, listening to all this, the most important thing about this part of the show, I mean, these are just numbers. And I was, giving Mr. Walsh's comments earlier, when he said, start out at $11 million, now it's 14, and then went to 18, now it's 14 and a half. And the comparison that we're doing here for Riverfield is based off of a $13 million number. Because in the middle, between 11 to 18, so in February, when the Board of Ed had their number, the number was 13. So the comparative numbers that we have for Riverfield here are not 14.85 versus 11, they're 14.85, 14.485 versus 13. The Riverfield impact is actually pretty straightforward, and I'll refer you to, of the 3 schedules that were handed out, Schedule number 2. Schedule number 1 basically is a combination of the Fairfield-Ludlow High School adjustments and a significant amount of other redistricting, which is what came before the first selectman first, and then Riverfield became second. So that's why these documents are in this form, but in this order. But schedule number 2, very briefly, the first column is the fiscal year ending. The second column is the debt service projection based upon the assumptions in February of 2013, based upon the assumptions being the interest rates amounts and then the capital plans for the town and the school board. The third column basically is those numbers revised based upon that one single item, increasing Riverfield from 13 million to 14.84 million. And then the fourth column is the difference. And so you see the difference is because of the bonding timelines and the work timelines, there's, and backing up a second, 6/30/12 is still shown on here so that the numbers, the totals are represented and compared to the original totals of the 13 waterfall. So there's obviously no change for 13, for 6/30/12, fiscal year 13, fiscal year 14. Because the work is pushed out a little bit, there's some savings in the next 3 years, and then you see there's an increase, so a total increase of about $209,000 from the period, for the period fiscal year 2015 through the fiscal year 2023, and then approximately $1 million for the next 10 years, and then $700,000 for the next 10 years, for total debt service cost of $1,885,000 to the town over that full 30-year period.
Okay, so this isn't rescheduling of any projects, this is just literally taking in the difference between the 13 and what's before us now, and saying the impact of that is an increase of $1.8 million, $1.9 million.
Correct.
Okay, but there was also some rescheduling, some pushing out of projects that is embedded in another schedule along with Ludlow.
Correct.
That shows that we don't go over the capital plan.
Correct, for the first 10 years.
For the first 10 years, can you show us, just point us in the direction of that schedule
Okay,
so we understand?
that is schedule number 1.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Do you want to, if you want to go through this in detail, also refer you to the 2-page narrative.
Yep.
2-page narrative which addresses all 3 schedules. Schedule 1 getting the most space because there were a significant number of changes. Would you like to go through them one by one, sir?
Let's just finish off Riverfield to the extent we can. Just talk about what happens. There's adjustments to the waterfall schedule that brings it back in line, correct?
Yeah, well, Riverfield, actually, the first time around, Riverfield was in there at 13 million.
Yep.
So, but if you look at the entire scope of all 3, maybe you want to go to number 3.
Yep, exactly.
And number 3, Schedule 3 incorporates Fairfield Ludlow High School and changes to the timing and capacity of the Dwight Elementary School work, the Sherman School, Holland Hill, Tomlinson, Mill Hill, and Jennings. I think all those schools had scheduled work that was moved forward in time, forward as in out further, as opposed to closer to us. The total impact of those movements was, over the first 10-year period, a savings to the waterfall project and a savings in every year, a total of $5,375,000. And then when you go to Schedule 3, the combination of that savings and debt service over that 10-year period of 5,374 combined with Riverfield ends up with a net savings for the timeline of $4,756,000. And you can see there's savings in each year, starting in 2015. And then again, for the two 10-year periods following, those savings are overcome by the over time, because we've assumed that interest rates are going to go up over time.
Right. There's a lot of assumptions in that.
A lot of assumptions.
These, I'm just kind of driving here, guys. You tell me when you feel free to jump in. But question for you. So this assumes, this basically says if both projects were approved as they were, with all the other movements that are taking place within the projections, financially it's actually to benefit for the town in the first 10 years of about $4.8 million, all other things being equal, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but that does assume, as you correctly point out, and thank you for the work on this, that there are adjustments to the timelines for Dwight, Riverfield, Sherman, Holland Hill, Tomlinson, Mill Hill, and Jennings, correct?
Correct. And also, as I mentioned last time we spoke, actually, there was no even though the numbers were moved out,
Yep.
there was no adjustment to the numbers to
Upwards for
incorporate any
escalations.
concept of what inflation or construction cost differential might be.
Right. There was on interest rate assumptions, but
Yes,
not
there
on
was.
escalation costs.
Correct.
Thank you. To the administration and to the Board of Education, how was it determined that these were the projects that were going to be pushed back? In other words, how comfortable are you in saying that these projects aren't moving forward? Because the savings here is derived by the fact that timing differences in when you're going to request projects. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, guys.
We've got some projects on there that, basically, under the way the thing is structured, we can't afford to do, under the current debt limit ceiling cap that we have. So basically, looked at the projects that we thought we could live with the existing facility for a year or two more. If there was a roof that was really in bad shape, we didn't move it out. If there's one we think we get a couple years on, we pushed it out. Obviously, this is a living document, subject to change. Something like the Dwight roof that we're going to try to squeeze another year or two out of could go on us in a hurry, and we'd have to revisit it. But for now, we think with the proper preventive maintenance, we can get another couple of years out of it. So basically, it was what could we live with, what was essential, had to stay in place, and what we thought we could live with, the existing facilities for a couple of years longer, we pushed out.
Because it was on the capital plan here.
We do have criteria that are part of the capital facilities plan that guide us in how we make decisions.
Yep.
And there are 6 parts of it, but I won't go over that right now. I'll just simply say there are choices to be made, and we can say, are we doing it right? We can say we're doing it on a minimum basis, on a maximum basis. We're committed to doing it on a responsible basis, which takes into account choices have to be made, and some projects have to be moved off. We're ready to deal with that.
So your board has discussed it?
Last time, we talked about the capital plan, and the last time we talked about it, we recognized that it's a dynamic document, and that as new information comes forward, then we have to adjust for that. and move it out. If Mr. Mayor has said there's 4.7 million there, well, then I guess that's your 5 million of security. No, not really.
Because you jam us in the out years by 7 million without
Yeah.
escalation costs.
Not really,
So
but
somehow
we-
you're owing me money.
But we know it's a dynamic document, and no matter what we put down one year, some information's going to come to us that will make us have to
But
make
this has been-
choices.
But this has been discussed with your board.
Our board's well aware of it, discussed it, and we've scheduled the capital plan revision in the fall, so with more complete information, we can then adopt an updated plan at that time.
Okay.
I mean, we had a couple things happen that forced us to move things up.
I'm not questioning
Right.
it, I just want to make sure the communication, I don't want any oopsies. That's what I'm trying to.
Right, right.
Well, we can't because Mr. Walsh will pull out the minutes.
Yeah. Any other questions on the waterfall?
Couple of
Mr.
things.
Walsh?
Mr. Mayor, I know we were carrying $13 million in the waterfall for this project, correct? At one point, were we carrying 11?
The prior, this is the first waterfall that has been developed since I've been working for the town. The prior waterfall wasn't really project-specific, it was more dollar-specific. It didn't have specific projects by year, by timeline. It was more dollar-oriented.
Okay, so how did we figure out, was Riverfield part of the dollars?
I wasn't here then, I wasn't part of that.
Well, does the, Dr.
It
Tittle?
was, it was more of an aggregate figure. I mean, when this started way back, it was like, here's an allocation. 2 million in capital non-recurring and this much money in long-term projects, and it was just carried forward as these aggregate numbers. The Board of Ed developed the long-range facilities plan, from 2011 and 2015, and that had specific projects in it, and some of those numbers were at variance with that allocation. So it wasn't, I think, until most recently that we not only broke it out by project, but we broke it out by project and cash flow per project.
Okay.
It's just because you authorize 15 million doesn't mean 15 million gets spent that year. And so I don't really know if there was ever an iteration that had 11 million that showed it over the time period, but it might have been lumped into that large figure in the beginning. I can't remember.
But you are correct that the waterfall chart has become a more sophisticated document that is able to track that more detail than it did in the very first iteration. And there's no doubt that at one point, the Riverfield project was thought of as an $11 million project. How it got put into the waterfall chart, don't know, I didn't do it.
Well, because the problem is that's going forward with this now project by project, if it was, say, $11 million, and now it becomes a larger number at 15, it's going to hurt you by $4 million on another project.
Which is what happened.
Yeah.
Right, right. And, the Osborne Hill project hurt us because the PCB thing, and the Ludlow roof blowing off hurts us. So we've got to deal with those,
Yep.
right?
But the Ward roof helped us.
Yeah, the Ward roof helped us a lot,
Without a doubt,
actually.
without a
Yeah,
doubt.
that was being
$11.5
carried in the
million.
waterfall
For 11 million?
at 11 million, and that bid, the base bid was under 7.
Yep.
And with all the extras, it might be 7. So I think we picked up some there. And the other thing, from the original waterfall, was that we no longer go with a fixed sort of allocation for capital non-recurring.
Mm-hmm.
We've actually identified the projects and their dollar amounts from the long-range plan, and that saved a bunch of money.
Yes. And I will say that was a major improvement this year, and being able to show that in the budget.
Right.
So I will congratulate you on that.
Yeah,
Thank you. That was good.
Thank you.
And my last question is to Mr. Mayor. The waterfall's all assuming we stay at a 10% borrowing amount, correct?
Actually, I think the debt, I don't have those numbers with me, Mr. Walsh, but the debt as a percentage of revenue goes down over time.
It's more project-specific than it was. The 10%, we knew we didn't want to exceed the 10%.
Okay.
But it's actually built up on a project-by-project basis, on a year-by-year basis, as I recall.
Okay. So does this have any dramatic effect, this project, on that, or no?
No, the debt service as a percentage of all the relevant ratios improves over time.
Okay, great.
Anybody else? Waterfall?
Sort of related to, it's related to bond resolution.
Yeah, well, let's wait a second on the waterfall. Thank you, Dr. Tittle. Let's turn now to the bond resolution specific, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Bradfield.
Simple question, I think, Mr. Mayor. Why is it that we limit ourselves to 20 years maturity on the bonds in the bond resolution? I know we've always done it that way, but I'm just wondering why do we?
Whenever I say I don't know, Mr. Tetchell gets mad at me. So I should say something like,
turn off the
let me get back to you on that.
I mean, the reason
Basically, yeah, I'm not sure that I am familiar with any municipality debt service issues that go over 20 years.
Well, I mean, there are definitely municipal bonds that are longer than 20 years. I'm not.
Are
trying
there?
to- yeah, but I mean, the reason I'm asking is that there are projects we do here that have lives, so to speak, that tend to be 5 years or 10 years or 20 years. We're hearing that these school buildings, we'd like to see them be 30 to 40 or even maybe 50-year projects, so to speak, or lifetimes. And with interest rates at what everybody seems to agree are at or near historic lows, I would just recommend that we actually be, well, I mean, we have to approve something tonight, and it says in here, I was just looking through it, it actually says 20 years maximum.
And by the way, 20 years is within the policy that our board adopted.
Well, that's true.
So, I mean,
Right,
we
well,
can revisit it and should revisit it, but that is within our board
Right. If we
policies.
approve this tonight, and then it was determined through looking into it that maybe we'd want to consider 30 years as an option, would we be locked into that language in here?
I believe we would have to revisit it. It would be an amendment to the bond resolution.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions on the bond resolution? I did take a look at our policy and reviewed our policy that we adopted last year or so and compared it to the bond resolution. I didn't notice anything in this particular bond resolution that seemed out of whack with that. Mr. Mayor, is there anything specific that we need to be pointed to in the bond resolution that's different than any of the other bond resolutions?
No, and again, I want to acknowledge that the board has asked bond counsel be here when we have bond resolutions, and we failed to invite him, and so we'll apologize for that. But this is really straightforward, and both of these actually are very straightforward, very standard to the town's policies, and really have no quirks at all.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on the bond resolution for now?
Could I?
Yeah, Mary, please, Mrs. Leclerc.
And it's just because I don't know the answer to it. Is the attachment, the Exhibit A, says Board of Selectmen presentation on it. Does this include everything that is being done at Riverfield? Like, it's not the ed specs. So I don't know if this is the right thing to attach, or if we need to attach more, or...
Has this been reviewed by the Education Administration and Mr.?
The package that went out to the first selectman and included, and I don't know if the one that you did or not, included the full write-up from the architects. I mean, the whole package, the online.
The 14,485.
Yeah. It's.
So was this
It
Exhibit
includes,
A?
the Exhibit A was the architecture's package.
So I don't know whether you're answering the
Okay,
question or
well,
not.
it stated March 20th, so does that include all the security changes and everything? Okay.
Oh, okay, I understand your question. I thought you were talking about whether it's the more, yeah, yes.
This is the right
Yes,
attach-
this is the right attachment,
okay.
correct. It is but there is, behind this, there's the whole, the whole proposal, the whole project proposal.
And that gets included
drawings
with
and all
the
that.
bond
too.
resolution?
Yes.
Great. All set, Mrs. Leclerc?
Yeah.
Okay. At this point, seeing no other questions or comments, I'm going to go for public comment now. Due to the lateness of the hour and the fact that we've got another item on the agenda, I would ask that be brief in your comments, and if someone's already said what you wanted to say, feel free to pass or say ditto, and let's move on. But I do want to give the public the opportunity to comment on this. Yes, thank you. Mr. Bolito does want me to mention that we were in receipt of a plethora of emails. Almost impossible to respond to all the emails. We do read them. I know all board members read them, so I thank you for those. And we'll go to public comments. Please, your name and your address.
Sure.
And then your brief statement. Thank you.
Sure.
When you do take the table, would you please sit in the middle chair?
That's where the 20-ton weight is. It's
Everyone else had friends up here. I feel very lonely.
Otherwise known as the hot seat.
Okay. Sure. Kristen Tharrington, 79 Walben Court. Good evening. I had the pleasure of meeting several of you last Thursday at the Riverfield Tours, and I wanted to start by thanking you sincerely for the productive discourse during those meetings. And I'd like to thank the board at large for considering this project. At the outset, I would like to respectfully ask your approval of the full $14.4 million resolution. I've had the privilege also of reading several of the emails sent to the board. I believe that those emails, coupled with the public comment that you're about to hear, personal appeals, the presentations, I think there's little doubt that the plan supported by this resolution in its entirety is absolutely necessary for our school. I was able to look at Schedule 2 earlier today. I do have a numbers background, and I concede that the 1.8 million is a significant number from the original 13 to the 14.4. However, interest rates are at an historic all-time low, and I would also concede that right now for this project, this is the most cost-effective way that we can finance this project is if we do it now. I don't think the project as a whole will ever cost less than it does today. I've attended various building committee meetings and had many conversations with its members, and I also agree that these numbers are scrubbed and that this full resolution encompasses all that is needed, and I stress needed, in a fiscally prudent manner. One of the first questions that you asked at the tour, and something that has come up tonight, was does this plan include everything necessary so that we won't be back here in 3, 5, 7 years looking at another project? I believe it does, and I believe the current financing structure supports that. You know, not to take up more time, but after looking at this in a quantitative manner, I also have to say that I firmly believe that the qualitative aspects of this request more than addresses the value received for the money that is going to be put in, especially with respect to the variance from the $13 million, which does include the air conditioning. Briefly, the value of our portables, they have already or are on the cusp of exceeding their useful lives, and building a contiguous school with portables or annexes, without portables or annexes, increases the safety of our children. The quality and the value of improving the indoor air quality, specifically with respect to children who have medical issues such as allergies, asthma, seizures, this directly and positively would impact the health and well-being of our children. I believe it would cut down on absences. You know, asthma is a real worry for some parents, and I have heard anecdotal evidence. I am among those parents whose child does not have asthma, but does have a medical, whose health is directly impacted by air quality and heat. It's hard to discuss publicly, but when you have a child where, you know, you go to the doctor and they say, keep them hydrated, keep them well rested, and you have to send them to school on a 90-degree day when you know there's no circulation, that is a very, very difficult thing to do. Excuse me. I believe also that the air conditioning will serve to enhance the security of our school, not in as much as that it is a single, I believe it supports the security. For the reason mentioned of the doors, you know, that's the only relief. Our windows open very little. The circulation is very, very low. So I do feel that the air conditioning really, really does impact the health and welfare of our children. In general, as a parent, I ask you to support this full resolution. I believe that it's time for our facilities to match our amazing community of children, parents, teachers, and administrators. And as a taxpayer, I also implore you to fully support this resolution. This renovation will show current residents, future home buyers, that our town is willing to responsibly invest in its infrastructure and its children. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm Hope Crotty, live at 42 Heather Lane. I've got 3 kids at Riverfield, second, first, and kindergarten, and 2 incoming kids. That would be 5. And we are the outlier, I think, that is affecting your numbers quite possibly. So sorry about that. I am a special educator, formerly, and a taxpayer. And I speak to you on these with this in mind. I have an education background where we were in a classroom in California and in Virginia. I worked in classrooms, and in New York City. When the heat became too high in these classrooms, I had children with epilepsy who would experience high increases of seizures because of the heat in the classroom. It's a real thing. It is a health issue as much as a safety issue. 2, we are now in a post-Newtown era, much like 9/11. It is not the same as the Sherman renovation. And I'm sorry that what's fair for one has to be fair for the other is a great, great argument. However, moving forward, thank you so much for mentioning the 15-year wait for Riverfield. We've waited a long time, and now we need to be the school that is setting cutting edge as far as security. You know, when you walk into Burr, as a parent, I had kids that went to the camp. We experienced Burr, and we were able to benefit from that. We're not in the Burr area. But I love having Burr in Fairfield because it's a beautiful school, and there's a sense of pride that goes along with walking into that school. And as a child, you know where you are. You know your environment. And don't tell me it does not affect how you feel about yourself when you walk into Riverfield versus when you walk into Burr. So if you want to talk about making things fair and equitable, let's do that right now with Riverfield and make it a safe school by enclosing the back end as well. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dana Alger at 245 Taunton Road. I have twins in the 2nd grade, and I was also fortunate to have taught at Riverfield for 4 years in kindergarten. I've had the pleasure of teaching in many elementary schools in the area, and I have to say, Riverfield truly requires a renovation. When I worked there from years 2005 to 2009, I questioned issues regarding space needed for children receiving services, safety, and air quality. I don't feel the need to explain the safety issues that are related to having classrooms in the portables. We live in a different world, as you all know. I want to state that while working at this school, I have found the condition of the core infrastructure unacceptable. The fact that students cannot meet for a whole school program in either the gym or the APR is quite sad. Not only is our APR unsuitable to house our whole school population, our children who buy hot lunch have little or no time to eat due to a single lunch line. As a teacher, I would invite my kindergarten students back to the classroom with their hot lunches because on popular hot lunch days, they had no time to eat. Space is also an issue at our school. I was always disgusted when I would witness children receiving services in the hallway, exposed for everyone to see. I remember thinking how upset I would be if I knew my child was receiving OT, PT, reading, or math help in the middle of the hallway where they would not only be distracted by classes passing by, but they would be embarrassed to be singled out like that. Air quality has always been an issue because as of right now, Riverfield has hardly any ventilation in the K-3 classrooms. Now that school is pushed until July and starts back at the end of August, our children and teachers are stuffed in overheated classrooms. Gone are the days when we could prop the back door open for cross-ventilation. Our world has changed and safety procedures are taken very seriously. Oftentimes, on hot days, I would take my class to the library or other air-conditioned classrooms that were in a special at that time, so I could teach and my class could concentrate in a comfortable learning environment. Air quality affects learning. I know air conditioning sounds like a luxury item, but when you have 23 bodies in a classroom, and those little ones are lethargic, or worse, suffer from allergies, asthma, and headaches from the high temperatures, then it is unacceptable. We live in Fairfield, Connecticut. This 50-year-old school requires a renovation that will keep up with the increasing enrollment feature a safe, healthy learning environment for our children, and add value to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, let's just try to keep any repetitive nature to comments just in deference to the hour. So, thank you.
My name is Jacqueline Fiedler. I live at 224 Taunton Road. I'm here to request your support for our, the budget for the current budget for the building renovation. The renovation is long overdue. Our school is crowded, out of date. It does not assure the safety for our students. I'm a Riverfield parent of a 4th grader and a 2nd grader, and I also have a 3-year-old that will be attending in September of 2014. When my oldest son was in 1st grade, he received special services for reading. There was not enough space to accommodate this need. His special reading class was held in a closet, which was not the best learning environment for him. My son also plays in the orchestra. The lessons are held in the portable. I know you've heard a lot about the portables, but you have to understand, as a parent, you have to understand, this is a big, huge safety concern. Even before Sandy Hook, the thought of them going back and forth unattended, as a parent, after Sandy Hook happened, I wrote an email to our principal because the kids, it was so hard to send my child to orchestra. He wanted to go to orchestra. He didn't understand. I wanted to keep everything safe. So she accommodated, and the orchestra classes now take place in our APR, but their classes during the day take place there. Even if you lock the door, there's still, there's sitting ducks in there. Anyone can get in there if they wanted to. So there's just no, I can't tell you how it feels. There's no comparing brick and steel to a temporary building. My child also won't get hot lunch because he wants to actually have time to eat. Popular lunch days, the lines are really long. The length of the tray length is probably 4 feet, and it probably only accommodates 4 kids. So they only get 20 minutes to eat. So they don't have, maybe 5-10 minutes if you're at the end of the line. I just hope that you would please consider this, please approve this, and please make our school safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm David Gibson, 98 Riverview Circle. I have one of the over 800 first graders that are in the Fairfield Public School System right now, so I apologize for that. And I have a daughter who will be coming up into Riverfield as well very soon. I moved to Fairfield when I was 12 years old. I started 7th grade at Tomlinson. My little sister went to Riverfield, and I graduated from Fairfield High School. Riverfield Elementary School looks exactly the same today as it did in 1982 when we moved to this town. Besides a little bit of coat of paint here and there and the portables that have been added in the back, nothing has changed in that building. When you compare it to buildings not just here in Fairfield but in surrounding towns, it looks completely out of date. It doesn't look like something that belongs in Fairfield, Connecticut. Fairfield is one of the oldest towns in this nation. It has a history going back to 1639. New England is known as the education capital of America. This is where public school began. We should be leaders, not followers. I believe that renovating Riverfield Elementary School especially after the Newtown tragedy in December, would prove that we are leaders in education. We will be guiding the future of what not only the other elementary schools will hopefully look like in terms of safety and a proper educating environment, but also improving our schools, having other school districts close to us improving their schools as well. I have a unique perspective when it comes to the air conditioning quality. I'm an 8th grade teacher in Norwalk, Connecticut. I've been teaching there for 17 years. Today, it reached 93 degrees in my classroom. Despite my best efforts, despite the best efforts of my students to concentrate, very little learning was taking place. And we have 3 more weeks of that to go. It's only going to get hotter. I am not only asking you, I am begging you to pass this resolution for full funding to Riverfield Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nikki Vanosky, 1485 Brookside Drive, sorry. Nikki Vanosky, 1485 Brookside Drive, and I will ditto what's been said. I won't read what I have here, but what I do want to mention is, from the parent perspective, this was on the table this evening. My 7-year-old, 8-year-old picked it up. He's in 2nd grade and was reading it, and it was brief, and he says, well, why isn't our school safe? And it just summarized what it's like to be a parent, to know in your heart, I'm an educator, I'm a special educator, I'm at home with my kids now, and to put them on the bus, send them to the school every day, knowing really what the issues honestly are, and not be able to communicate that to my kid, to put a smile on my face and say, oh, it's nothing, don't worry about it, because ultimately our schools really have to be a safe haven for our children. It's hard as a parent, and I want to acknowledge the work that the building committee has done. They're professionals, the school staff, the parents, and the community to really bring forward these issues, and I ask you to support the bond resolution here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much for the public comment. Seeing no more, we'll come back to the board. Do I have a motion to put this item before us? Do I have a second? Mr. Brockville, the item is now before us. Any questions, comments from board members? Any statements? Mrs. Albin?
I will comment, having read the emails of the parents and the comments this evening. We do live in a different world than we did 7 or 8 months ago when it comes to schools and public buildings in our communities. And the concerns of the parents with classrooms that are not attached to the buildings are very real today. I had children who, I hate to think of how old I am based on how old they are, in the early 90s were educated in portable classrooms and left those buildings to go into the main building. And parents then were concerned for very different reasons on safety, and they were concerned that they would get wet and get cold. And I'm sure Mr. Stone's lived it too. We have children of similar age. And so the issues we face today are different ones, and it is an important piece of this project to have the classrooms that are attached. And my one concern when I looked at, I'm not on the building committee. If I were on the building committee, I might have some different feelings about phases and pieces of this project, but that's not my job here tonight. My job tonight is to make a decision based on need and our ability to pay. And I've listened to the fiscal officer and reviewed the waterfall chart, and I will be supporting this because there is the need, and also based on the financial information I've received, I feel comfortable with that, so I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Albin. Any other questions, comments from board members? Let's vote. Seeing none, before us now is a resolution appropriating $14,485,766 for the costs associated with the expansion and renovation of the Riverfield Elementary School and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, the item passes. Good luck with your project. All right. Thank you, everyone. We're going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we're going to come back right at you with Ludlow.
Left or right, Greg? It's up
All right. Where's,
I'll just make a couple of opening comments. Pam will do the schedule, and then we'll go over to you.
Trust me. All right. Moving right along, item number 3 on the agenda is to hear, consider, and adopt the bond resolution entitled, "A Resolution Appropriating $11,630,000 for the costs associated with the expansion and renovation Fairfield Ludlow High School, and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation," a copy of which is attached here, too. We do have that in our package. We did receive a lot of supporting materials through the week. We are familiar particularly with the windows issue in this high school from past presentations. Obviously, we're all very familiar with the roof issue at this high school, or the lack of a roof at this high school at some points. We're going to follow the same format, although, Dr. Teitel, I would like you to walk us through the process, which is a little bit different for this building than it was for Riverfield and past school buildings related to engineering costs and the like. And Mr. Walsh, go right ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recuse myself on this matter. Not that I feel I have a conflict, but there could be a perceived conflict. I have a child who is currently in Roger Ludlow Middle School who will be attending or potentially attending this high school as a freshman the year it would be built. And I don't want anyone to think that I'm doing something to benefit my own child. So for that reason, I'm going to recuse myself, and I'm going to leave the room at this point in time and will not be voting on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Do you want to start on the process?
Take care, James. Please do.
Okay. Right, so this is a little different approach than the way the town has traditionally sought funding for these projects. So rather than impaneling a building committee and giving them very broad ed specs and some back-of-the-envelope estimate, we are following a process now that's, I believe, much more in line with what I'm accustomed to and more in line with the way it gets to the state in a more timely manner, and that is that we engage the services of an architect, an engineering firm, and consultants up front. There's no seed money requested for the project, which advances things. The architect does a conceptual study with quite a bit of supporting detail. Exhibit A is Mr. Silver, architect. And that only upon approval of the project by all the town bodies we would go to impaneling a building committee and putting them to work. And then the project has very limited ed specs to it. The ed specs for this project are limited in scope to just the elements that we're going to discuss. They're not everything to bring this school up to the standards for a modern high school. So the building committee gets a charge that's much more limited. They have a specific budget to hit, and they have limited ed specs. And the hope there is that then we will keep building committees approaching this project in line with the design and the limited nature of the ed specs. So the ed specs of this project look really different. In fact, we went so far in the ed specs as to say the following items are not included. Because we know there's facilities deficiencies, and so to keep a building committee from saying, aha, now we've got our hands on this project, we may not get another chance, let's do X, Y, and Z, they're specifically prohibited from doing that under this project. What happens here is that if it gets approved and submitted by June 30th, then we will submit to the state, we'll get on the priority list, the building committee will get going, and the project will be underway. We won't need any special legislation. Reimbursement will come back in a timely manner, and so forth. Done many projects this way before, and it does work well, I believe, to try this. So that's what's a little different about the project, maybe what you've seen in the past. It does require that the boards approve these projects with less detail in them than you might customarily have gotten, because what you get for in a conceptual study like this is a whole lot less detail than what you saw for Riverfield. So you're going to have more estimates, more contingencies, less precision in the details. Although I have to say Mr. Silver went above and beyond in providing a lot of detail on some questions the Board of Selectmen had, right down to a list of the FF&E. So we have quite a bit of detail, but you're not going to get the level of detail. You know, when you put 250,000 in, you get a whole lot more detail than when you put in 30,000. So does that help?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Bolito, before we go further.
Thank you. Dr. Title, is this process you've outlined a one-off that's specifically tied to Ludlow, or do you see this as a template for the way you're going to do things in the future for other projects?
I would recommend that this is the way to do it. Right. Actually, Osborne Hills also, I mean, it backed into it, but Osborne Hill's really done the same way. Right. Osborne Hill School project went through this process, actually with Bill, and then it was only after the RTM approved it that then the first selectman went through and appointed a building committee for the project. That project does need special legislation because we're seeking to recoup costs that were emergency costs.
Right.
But all the going forward costs on that Osborne project are right in line, and we shouldn't need any special legislation or beg the state legislators to have to do us a favor. Yeah, I believe this should be the template for how we proceed with future projects. I think it's, to some extent, we're burning out our volunteers. These building committees are a lot of work. Even if you start in, you know, even if they started in July on this. But Riverfield, I mean, Tom Quinn's group, they've been at this for, what, 15 months or something, and they don't even have a project approved yet.
Right.
That's a lot to ask of people. So I think this will make the work easier for building committees. I think it'll be easier to recruit people to building committees. And I think that it gives you a better chance of keeping the project within the parameters that everybody agrees it should be in.
Explain that.
Yeah.
Could you? I'm sorry.
Right, well,
Yeah, I didn't want to follow up, but go ahead.
yeah, because, you know, when you give folks sort of, not an open-ended ed spec, but an ed spec that has not a lot of limits on it, people then can go in and really go to town. And
So you actually think this is more tight?
it's tighter. I mean, if you know, there's really, I mean, and in fact, the ed spec really didn't get completed till the board made some important decisions about what was going to be in and out of the scope. So I think the important thing is defining the scope of the project up front. If you define the scope of the project up front as tightly as you can, knowing that there's different ways to skin the cat, then I think you really limit your exposure to just unforeseen changes in material costs or the labor market or something along those lines, as opposed to scope creep or scope leap, as it might be.
How
I
do
think
you
that's
s-
the advantage of it.
Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Bolito.
thank you.
My apology.
That's okay. The reason I ask is this. We just got done approving Riverfield, where we started with an architect giving numbers that turned out to be wrong, frankly. And frankly hamstrung the building committee a great deal because they had to justify their numbers because this number was already out there that was obviously incorrect. We heard Mr. Quinn earlier say very specifically that he believes an owner's rep, an architect, and the contractor should be hired at the same time to get everybody on the same page. And frankly, I tend to agree with him on that. That seems to be different from what you're proposing going forward. And then there's the level of detail, which is when we get the projects before us, at least it's been my experience since I've been on the board, there is a certain level of detail where you kind of know what you're getting into. The idea of getting less detail and approving millions of dollars, frankly, does not make me very comfortable. So can you get me more comfortable with that? And do you disagree with Mr. Quinn's assessment about how he thinks it should work?
Well, I think that is how it should work once the building committee is impaneled and they have sufficient funding to hire all those people. One of the other things you're doing is that $250,000 that you put up front is not eligible for reimbursement. So you're costing yourself money there. And, you know, I think what's happening is that, you know, there's no assurance of a project getting approved. So you could be putting $250,000 into it, go through all of this stuff, and come out the other end and have nothing, because you just find out, well, we don't want to do that project. So,
but on the other hand,
that
you
risk
could
is
also
off the table.
I understand that, and that's a fair point.
Right.
But by the other side of the coin, you could have a project approved based on numbers given by an architect, who, with all due respect,
Right.
is not the same as a contractor. And
Right.
you could end up undershooting what the project's going to cost, and then you have to go through the process basically again, or shoot the whole project to hell anyway. So there's kind of the other side of the coin as well, that maybe this might end up taking more time depending on the particulars of a project. So how do you respond to that?
Well, the projects take forever to get off the ground here because you got to go through, all the Stations of the Cross to get your $250,000, all right? Not that I know anything about the Stations of the Cross, but somebody told me that was a good phrase to use, right? So, right? And then, right? And then you got to go through, and then you have to wait for a building committee to get named. I mean, you've seen how long it's taken to get the bureaucracy off the ground here. It's years, and while you're spending years, you're losing the time value of the money. And
But
these
would you not
projects, are getting more expensive the longer you wait. So this moves it along a lot faster.
But would you not agree that the end result, at least in terms of recent projects, the end result has been satisfactory in terms of what you end up with, even given the long process? You kind of get what you thought you were paying for.
Well, I don't know. I've heard there's a lot of feelings that the old process hasn't worked very well, which is why people seem to be interested in a new one. That the
No.
projects have come in way over budget and
That's where the owner's rep
Scope
comes
creep.
in, and that's why I've always advocated for that. I think that was the missing element, frankly, but that's my opinion.
Okay.
Fair enough.
I
Thank you.
understand, yeah.
Mrs. Leclerc?
Okay. My concern is with this new process is how do we know when we approve a funded amount that we're going to get what we think we're buying? And like an example of that is, it went through the old process, was Tomlinson Middle School, which is a similar project because you were backfilling courtyards. And so it was much more expensive after we approved the funding, and so the building committee got the specs changed, and we had no say after that, and they had to come back for funding twice more. And we still didn't end up with what we thought we purchased in the beginning. So how do we get what we want?
Well, it sounds like you weren't getting what you wanted the old way either. I mean, I wasn't here for the Tomlinson project. I can't speak to that. I think that some of these projects were deliberately underfunded. I mean, it's just, somebody said, well, we think you can do it for less, and then you couldn't, and then it was like you're between a rock and a hard place. But I wasn't here. I can't comment on the history of that Tomlinson project.
I think I've been going back and forth on this, listening to it, because this was a process that Dr. Title had brought before us a couple months back, a kind of a recommendation for how he might want to proceed. And I think what's happened here is people are falling back on what our experience has been. And to your point, some of the experience has been with the old process, but the new process does require a leap of faith, because rightfully or wrongfully, the experience has been and the perception has been, in some instances, not all, we can't paint everybody with the same paintbrush, that some building committees have taken additional funds that were available to them when they got done with the requirements of the project and wanted to spend them on architectural details or items like that, as opposed to return the money to the town, right? Now, I'm not calling this out for other than what sticks in the most recent mind is the floating ceiling in the administration area of Sherman School, where we were struggling for every penny to get the ventilation and get everything done, and then we go in and see architectural details in the administration area of Sherman School, right? I'm not casting aspersions. I'm just saying the perception was, hey, wait a minute. How are we busting our butts to get this done and to get the mechanicals right and carving out the ventilation, but yet spending the money on architectural level details such as that? And I think there's a leap of faith that has to be put in place in here, that whatever the building committee is impaneled like, they're going to give us what we think we're getting, no more and no less, and they're going to return the funds to the town. And I think the first time that doesn't happen through a process like this, then we're going to be back here and this entire process is going to blow up. And we might be back to an old way or something. At least that's the way I read it. Is that a fair interpretation of it? What do you guys think? You agree? Okay. Ken?
Yeah, it's a legitimate concern. I think you guys have spoken on, I'm talking about both tables here, the pros and cons of both methods. I mean, I've certainly expressed my frustration with the way we've done it in the past. So I'm willing to give Dr. Title the benefit of the doubt on this project and to see how it goes. I think when he made the suggestion, how many months ago, whatever it was, when you introduced it, I was attracted to it as a concept. And I think, unfortunately, the only way you're going to see this through is to give it a chance on a project and work through it, because obviously there's no controlled experiment that we can.
Now, Mrs. Altman, you saw it on the other side of the on the other side of it, because you were on the Board of Education, and sometimes you were advocating for things. There's a building committee impaneled, and what you got back in terms of to run the school may or may not have been what you thought
Correct.
you guys had signed up for. So what's your
Well,
perspective?
I mean, as I noted earlier tonight, I'm not on these building committees, and whether you're on the Board of Education or you're on the Board of Finance or the RTM, we're not the building committee.
Right.
And there are things that maybe I would do differently in these projects, would have done differently in these projects, but I wasn't on those building committees.
Right.
So, and then to the point, I haven't seen the floating ceiling.
Right.
So I can't react to it.
Right. And that's
but-
just an example, by the way.
But the whole structure of a building committee, working with the architects, these things take on their own life. I think most people and most of our projects have been, I think all of our projects have been responsible. Are there things in there which, when someone looks at them through their viewpoint, do they think, gee, they spent too much money on this, but they may not understand everything about the project? We've had something where, it was one of the most recent projects, it might be Fairfield Woods, where there's something in that project that people thought was an extravagance.
Copper siding.
And when someone from the public came up to me, I'm not on the building committee again, I don't know why, but they want me to answer why they have copper siding. And I said, I can't give you that answer. It may not be an extravagance. It may have been actually less expensive than some alternative material. And so what I'm saying is, when we look at these projects as someone who hasn't had their hands deeply involved in them, we don't always understand why. Maybe there's a reason there's a floating ceiling, for all I know. And yet, I would say for the most part, they've worked well, and would have very little complaint. But there are times when things don't work quite as you want them to. And so I think Mr. Title's model is an interesting model. I think I would want to see it have an opportunity to run, and I also think there could be checks and balances in the process. So what you'd be concerned about, if there's extra money at the end, there isn't some flashy, expensive accessory added to a project.
Right.
I think there's checks and balances that could prevent that.
There's no foolproof method to do this.
Right.
I mean, there's risk everywhere, and, it's who you put on the building committee, it's how the building committee is interacting with us, quite frankly.
Yep.
Some building committees want a lot of input from the school side and want to know what our priorities, and other building committees don't even want to talk to us. Hey, we got the project, we're going with it, and it's completely out of our hands. I've experienced both extremes since I've been here. I think that's a question of who you put on the building committee, how big they are. There's a lot of that. I mean, building committees are a little bit independent. And, but I think Bill Silver has some experience with this, that maybe he could comment on this, and then maybe you want to go from
Yeah, I do. I just wanted, because this is the first time we're really doing this process,
but
I
he's
just
used to it,
wanted
too.
to vet it. Yeah, please.
He's got experience, I think, with the process.
Yeah.
To give you a sense of how do you have confidence in this process, and are these numbers accurate? Is the scope well-defined? How do you place confidence in these numbers? And it's self-serving to a degree, but part of it is the experience of the professionals that the Board of Ed, in this case, have hired. Okay, it's self-serving, but we've been working for the town of Fairfield on the school project since 2007. We have designed the fairly conservative. Sir, I have not heard much criticism of Stratfield Elementary School. We came for money only once. We did not come back again. We returned money to the town. That project hasn't fielded criticism of its embellished architectural elements. If anything, it's restrained. And so we've learned the Fairfield way of what to expect from all the boards and what their expectations are, so that our estimating that's reflected in this study and in the Osborne study reflect that restrained, conservative approach to the projects. We've learned it over 6 years, both at Stratfield and also at Dwight School, in doing the window replacements with the Board of Education and the Town Facilities Committee as well. So we've seen it on the large and the small side. You've got several architects and engineering firms now that have these multi-year experiences, so you can call on any of them to do it. It takes time to learn the Fairfield way and what you expect in your buildings and your schools, and we can now estimate accurately to that. Obviously, you should check your resumes or your professionals and how active we remain in school projects with school estimating in Fairfield County, so that you have some sense of accuracy. You can spend a lot of money, if you'd like, to get construction managers or contractors to join with us to do these estimates, and you will get 5 pages of estimates rather than 1 page or 2 page, but you will pay significantly more. It depends on how much confidence do you need to get to that point.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brockfeld, you had a
Just
comment.
had one comment, then I think it's important that we
Yep.
move forward with the actual project, but obviously there is some concern on some members' behalf. I think the strongest case for going forward with this method, at least on this project and maybe on future ones, is the reason that Dr. Teitel mentioned earlier today when we were talking about Riverfield, which I think is very important, and it's one of the reasons why I didn't have very many questions or any about Riverfield, is because you understand that you have a salary cap that you're working under. Dr. Teitel and the school board has every incentive to bring these projects in the most efficient way possible, because every dollar they spend more than they need to on Riverfield is a dollar they can't spend on something else in your long-term plans. So that doesn't mean necessarily we have to agree with everything you come forward with, or we may not have an idea to do something differently or better, but in general, I think that the only incentive that they have is to do this in the most effective way possible because of the salary cap. If there was no salary cap, obviously, the whole story would be different.
I agree with you, and the only
Okay.
comment on that, I
Mhm.
absolutely agree with you. Once this gets turned over to the building committee, the building committee does not report to Dr. Teitel.
Correct.
So once this number is done and the building committee is reported, is impaneled, you, as you said earlier, you could be involved or you could be told,
Right, well, that's a
get
good
off
point.
and we'll give you the keys when we're done, right? I mean,
Since you are raising that, and I thank you, Mr. Brockfeld, for bringing that up, because you hit the nail right on the head. And what is important, because I was involved in Sherman and now being involved in Riverfield, is the directive to come, and they're not here this evening, and from the Board of Selectmen to make sure that there is participation from all affected bodies. And having a Board of Ed representative actively involved in this Riverfield project is how we were able to get a meeting and get in a room and say that we can contribute $350,000 from FF&E to get where we need to be from a capital standpoint, and we can supply other things. So we had that dialogue. So that's a really important piece, and I hope and stress that if you approve this, that you would pass that along to the Board of Selectmen to remind them of how important it is to have everybody engaged in the process, and to have a seat at the table, literally. I mean, literally, not a vote, but a seat and a voice. And to Mr. Bolito's point, the owner's rep does help as well, and there's no reason why, following this project process, you couldn't have that
Okay,
in place.
I appreciate that. The other suggestion I make to Dr. Teitel, if you wanted to keep your costs down, is to stop moving Mr. Hatzis around so much. It seems like every place he goes, $10 to $25 million project that follows.
He didn't want to take this job.
I actually recommended Monroe for his next assignment.
That's right. He,
We love you, Greg.
that's right. He's experienced with this. That's why, right? Knows how to. And he managed the building when the roof fell in so skillfully that doing this project will be easy by comparison.
Thank you. Any other questions on the process? Mrs. Leclerc, you had something?
Well, if we don't go to like a building committee first, how do you know you're really meeting the building's needs by just coming up with a project spec in advance? Like, how do you know what the school needs, and do you talk with the teachers? Do you?
Right, well, Bill went through some
What is the
process with the staff, but, it really begins with the board's ed specs. So, the board, can find these ed specs to certain elements of the school. So that was one part of it. And then we asked the architect to come up with cost estimates to meet those ed specs. But he actually has it in his document that he went through a process of meeting with staff and getting input and understanding the various needs, talking to the department heads. We know we have a science issue. Patrice Vigella, the curriculum leader for science, is here and has been very involved in it. And so there's a whole process of involving the staff that he's gone through.
But that's exactly my point, is like, we don't want to do a project and only do one specific little piece. We'd rather see the school not coming back again. We want to know that we've addressed all the relevant issues at once.
You just can't afford to do that right now.
Yeah, you can't have your cake and eat it too. And I am a little, I struggle with the idea of saying, are we doing it right? Because nobody can ever afford to do it right. To do it right might add $8 million to the project for air conditioning. To do it right at the moment might say, let's do the bathrooms that need to be done today. And we've postponed the bathrooms because we're trying to keep faith with our other doing it right, which is having a project that fits within the waterfall chart. So there are always compromises that have to be made in every project as you try and design it.
But to me, why do it if you can't do it right? Like, at least do what you can do right.
And we are doing right with what we can do. We're pushing off some components of the project, again, because choices have to be made financially.
But they haven't really been vetted by the community. It's the Board of Ed making that decision.
Well, that's generally where it gets started, it is a Board of Education decision as to what the needs of the building are, and we do meet with the community. And you have to remember that what's sitting before you this evening is not a full-on renovation project of Ludlow High School. This is a specific building request to replace windows, replace a roof, and put a small addition onto the school to accommodate for increased enrollment. That's all this project is. And the board struggled with taking the long-range facilities plan and determining where our space deficiencies were and our core deficiencies and other deficiencies in that building, and how do we prioritize them. We had all that information. We've done all that. We've spoken with the community. We know what it is. It's called our long-range plan. It's all in there. We know it needs to get done. And to Mr. Dwyer's point, all we've done is taken under everyone's direction our projects and tried to fit them into the waterfall chart based on the town's ability to pay. So when we did that as a board, we determined those windows that are laden with PCBs have to come out. We weren't really planning on doing the roof right now, but it blew off. That's a problem. So that got bumped ahead of the bathrooms that we really wanted to do. So you ask us to prioritize, we're not doing the bathrooms at Ludlow High School. Instead, we're doing the roof that blew off. And, well, actually now not that piece, but the rest of it.
Right.
And what's our other immediate need? It's an increase in the classroom sizes to accommodate for students that are coming up through the ranks from the middle school that you just spent, Mr. Brackfeld, I know, a great deal of time and energy on a committee determining that needed to happen. So that's where we are. It's not a full-on renovation. I'd love for that project to be finished. Mr. Flynn asked during the tour, are you going to be coming back? And I said, yes, we are. There's a laundry list of things that need to happen at Ludlow High School, but these are only 3 things that are moving forward.
But are you even meeting your space needs for high school with this project?
Yeah, the immediate needs we are meeting. But at the same time, sure, could we, in an ideal world with unlimited funds, would we love to have twice as much? Sure. But we also have to be, again, mindful of the financial capabilities of the town and mindful that enrollment is going up and it's going to level off at a higher level than it is now, but we're trying not to overbuild as well. So that's the balancing act here. Trying to meet the immediate needs, relieve some of the pressure of the student population there, but not go overboard. That's the balancing act.
Okay. For full disclosure, I am a current parent
Right.
at the school, so I'm very well aware of the school's needs. And just simple things like the hallways up and down the stairs, or I'm trying to think, the parking situation and access to the school, they're not good. They haven't been good for many years. And there's two schools on the campus that are both overcrowded, and none of those issues are even being considered with this project. So
I just want to be clear, Ludlow Middle School is no longer overcrowded, but
it's overcapacity.
its needs are being met sufficiently, I would say, from a board perspective. Would you
Right.
not agree?
And next year, when the grandfathering is over with, it'll be fine. There was this transition time there, so.
Not to belabor the point, but we just don't have the funds to fix the hallway and the traffic issues right now.
Mr. Leclerc, you okay right now?
I guess so.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, you had a comment or a question?
Yeah, there's a question, actually, more than a comment, and basically getting back to not the what, but the how, the process, which is the original discussion the board was having. Just a question, in my prior corporate life, I used to build surgery centers and medical campuses, multi-million-dollar facilities. And the way we did it, and of course this was on the West Coast, and maybe it's different on the West Coast, the way we did it is we determined what we wanted, and then we went out to 3 or 4 builders and got a not to exceed and picked the best one price. And I'm just wondering if we're talking about a different way to do it, is that possible in this environment in the Northeast? And if it is, should it be one of the ways to consider?
Well, the issue is that you've got a state of Connecticut reimbursement process that scripts the procedures. All right, so you can't go out to bid on a project and get pricing and pick a vendor to complete that until you've gone through all the stages that the Bureau of School Facilities requires. So you have to come in with a professional cost estimate like this. You have to have the resolutions, you have to have the building committee, you have to submit your detailed plans and specifications to the state, they have to approve them, and only then can you go out and shop officially on the market for prices. And if you do that ahead of time, then basically you're forfeiting your reimbursement. So if it's going to be a non-state reimbursable project, you've got a lot more flexibility in how you can approach it. But if you want to get your 27.5% back on the project, then this procedure has got its own, script that, quite frankly, in this town, we've had a lot of trouble following.
Well, I'm astonished. You're saying that the state government's making something inefficient.
I know that's hard to believe.
Who knew?
The Bureau of School Facilities is one of the most difficult branches of government to deal with. They part with the money only when they absolutely have to.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, is that good for your question? Yeah. Mr. Brown?
So what this really is, this is a budget based on your experience.
Correct.
With our town and maybe other towns.
Many towns, correct.
So what happens if it comes in, once we get the pricing and everything's out to bid, and it comes in at $10.5 million? Right now, you're at 11.5.
Okay.
Let's just say it comes in $1 million less. What do we do then? Do we look for more stuff to do, or we give the money?
The building committee is bound by the ed specs.
Okay.
So if the ed specs are written tight and it doesn't say that you can put on a 2,000 square foot toilet addition, they are not permitted to do it because the Bureau of School Facilities will not reimburse them for that option. So if the ed specs are written fairly tightly, and the building committee and I experienced it with Stratfield, they stuck to the ed specs.
Okay. Now, the cost that you said they were conservative, which means, what, you're fairly high on them?
No, we feel that we're on the median of what the current price structure is right now through 2013. And then we offered escalation numbers as well, every 4% for every year thereafter.
Okay. So if we, for example, if we take a look at the roof, are we looking at the same type of roof we have at Ward? Is that how you went through this? I mean, somehow you came up with $22.
$22, yeah. It's either, it's EPDM or modified bitumen. Both of those roof systems are about $20 to $21 right now bidding. And roofing systems are very susceptible to fuel prices. We've seen a 10% decrease in the last 3 months.
So you're going to bid for both types of roofs?
No, not necessarily. We're going to, the architect, whoever is selected, will work through which is the best roofing system, given all the variables that go into the system selection. And they include access to the system, number of mechanics up there, susceptibility wind. There's so many different variables. They all have the same warranties, but there are different pros and cons of the various systems.
Okay.
So it's not automatically assumed which system. We just know that the 3 major systems that are best suited for New England all come in at that $21 to $22 per square foot cost.
Okay, all right. And I'll just say I agree with Mr. Brackfeld as well. I mean, there's so much money out there, and if this is what the Board of Ed wants to do, you know, we pass the project, and then everyone knows that the debt service is, we're only going to let it get so high. And, you know, so if this is what the Board of Ed chooses to do, then that should be okay with us.
Thank you,
With
Mr. Brown.
me. Thank you.
Questions, other questions, comments? Mr. Bolito, and then I'll turn it back to Dr. Tyler.
Yeah, just a quick one. It's a procedural one. Obviously, the ed specs are of paramount importance because you're kind of basing everything off of that. One thing I've never been exactly clear on is who exactly writes the ed specs. I know it comes from the Board of Ed, but who specifically writes them?
Well, what happens is,
Gotta get out more, bud.
it's an iterative process. We have a template for them. There are certain requirements that the bureaucracy says have to be in them, so the categories are pretty well set. Usually Sal Morabito and Tom Cullen will draft them, and then they give them to me, and then I take them apart and say, this isn't clear, we're putting this in. And so when you see things in bold and underlined, because it needs to be emphasized, that was probably my editing. Then they go to the Board of Education.
Right.
Board of Education has,
And then we take them apart.
and they take them apart. 2 lawyers and an English teacher, it's not a good combination, so
believe
we get
me.
a lot of comments on them. That was a joke. And so, right, just in case it's
Haven't
getting-
heard any lawyer jokes before.
it's getting late. That was for you. And so the board then decides, not necessarily about the exact wording, although we've had board discussions about wording.
Right.
More about the bigger picture. So actually, we gave these ed specs to the board. There were a couple other elements in there. There was the renovation of the bathrooms, and there was the air conditioning, which Bill had priced out for them. And so then, when the board made the decision that we're going to limit the scope to this, then we went back and revised them according with the board's wishes. And so it's a team effort.
Right. No, I appreciate that. Thanks. It's very helpful.
I'm going to turn it back to Dr. Title. Tell us how you came up with the list of items that need to be done here, and why should we approve this?
I'll make a couple of comments. Pam wants to make a comment, and then we'll go to Dr. Title. First, it starts with the projections that were already discussed, the MGT projections that say we need seats at the high school level. It just fundamentally, we don't have enough chairs in classrooms.
And those are harder numbers now because we know those kids are already in the system and are
Correct.
coming this
Yeah.
way.
They're here.
They're here. And so then that drives the fundamental purpose that Pam mentioned, which is the new classrooms and the science classrooms in the space of the cafeteria. That then gets glommed onto, that's a technical term, the roof and the windows, and you have your project. It is not a full-blown renovation of Ludlow. It is trying to solve a problem that we have immediately, which is more classroom space. The board debated a variety of ways to solve that and settled on the Ludlow project is the best, most effective way to do it, and we can talk further about all that process, but there was a lot of debate, and then this process was approved. We did make choices. I think we mentioned them earlier. We specifically took out the bathrooms, we took out the air conditioning, but we also agreed not to write broadly based ed specs that would give rise to all sorts of additional work being done. As the architect said, we're going to write a very tight set of ed specs so that this is what we want to do and that's what we're going to do. The last comment I think I'd make is that from time to time people have asked, are you going, one of the problems that our kids are 34, they didn't have time for lunch. So that's what, 15, 17 years ago? We still have a problem with the high school schedule that makes it difficult for all kids to have an opportunity for lunch. And so there's been sufficient discussion among the board to say that we need to address the high school schedule issue, not only because of the lunch issue, but because of just quality programming and increasing instructional time. My wife happened to serve in Ludlow the last time they looked at a schedule question, and there are a variety of schedules out there. The board has not said, well, let's aim at this schedule. The board has, I think, in individual discussion, we've not brought it up at a specific meeting, but there's been sufficient discussion among individual board members that we know that addressing the high school schedule question is something that we need to do and are planning on doing. And so for those of you who have asked from time to time about high school schedule issues, however, there is not a scheduling solution that causes you to say, well, we don't have to do this project. You can't schedule your way out of not enough science classroom seats. So I only just will end with that comment related to the schedule, and then Pam might have some comments.
I'll just pretty much just say ditto to what Bill said. He really did a good job summarizing it, but I think Kevin Kiley summed it up the best at the Board of Selectmen meeting, which was that this is the most efficient, cost-effective manner to address this particular need now. And I hate to say time is of the essence, but it is time is of the essence, considering the fact that the kids are here. And I think that was fully vetted at the Board of Selectmen table, going through the different reiterations. Why aren't we redistricting? Why aren't we moving the ECC? Why aren't we putting kids at Ward? Why aren't we doing X, Y, Z? I think we covered all of that there. We'll certainly be able to answer all of those questions this evening if you'd like us to. But again, I just go with what Selectman Kiley said, which is that this is the most effective, fastest way to alleviate this issue at the moment.
Well, I think everybody said about everything that I was going to say. I just want to point out you've got a FAQ document at your table that we passed out tonight and addresses some of the alternatives that have been bandied about in terms of, you know, why don't you move the ECC? Can't you just move kids to Ward? Why don't you redistrict and move another school over there? I actually put a chart at the back of that that shows that if you took the smallest elementary school and moved it from Ludlow to Ward, what would happen to the population of the two schools, and that you'd have to do a massive renovation. I think you saw the cost of renovating the ECC and potentially finding a new home for that. So that is really intended to address in more detail some of those questions. So there were alternatives. Really, you know, the windows are well known. I think what's really got us to the end on the windows is, you know, that's been around for a number of years. It's gone back and forth to different bodies. The trump card in that was the PCBs. I mean, basically, you know, that game all changed in 2010. We were well aware of it. We were pretty sure we're going to have to replace about 85% of those windows, but when the PCBs were in there, that sort of put that right up on the front. And then the roof, we all know what happened there. So we have the same vintage roof that will be replaced, and then the space concerns. The lunch, basically, the cafeteria expansion, if you want to run basically 3 lunch waves, which is a standard way to do it in high schools without completely disrupting the schedule in there. You know, you need a cafeteria that can serve about 500 kids. The cafeteria isn't close to being able to accommodate 500 kids. The fire marshal limit on the current one's about 320. So if we're ever going to do a schedule where every kid has the opportunity for lunch, whatever that schedule looks like, that cafeteria's got to be expanded. If we don't do it, it basically precludes that option permanently. There are other reasons to do the schedule, and all the educators can debate those till the cows come home about exactly what one is. But if one of the central tenets of doing the schedule is to allow kids to have a 30-minute lunch, rather than having to make a choice about lunch or class, then that's the issue there. So I think I'll stop because it sounds like I feel like I'm going over old ground.
Questions, comments from board members? Mrs. Alvin.
The window portion of this is work that wasn't done when these 2 high schools were initially renovated to become 2 high schools. It's not hard to know that we need to do that. We needed to do it 12 years ago. And the numbers were so large in that renovation that it didn't make the list. And we need to do it now. So that there's really not a lot of discussion on the windows, in my opinion. It needs to be done. And the roof has to be done. So it's, you know, its warranty has expired. We've had issues with the roof. We know we need to do the roof. That's an easy one to answer as well. And then we're left with the classroom renovation. And if you look at the numbers on enrollment, the students are here. And they will be here for years to come. When those 2 buildings were renovated to become 2 high schools, it was known that Ludlow was going to be the tighter of the buildings. And we knew when I walked those halls and during those projects that we had space for a period of time. But there was going to be the day when there was going to be an issue on space there and needing to address it in one way or another. So I don't see that there's any other approach to this but the project that's before us. I would not be one to think that we would touch ECC after the millions of dollars we spent to construct it and very recently added to it with additional funds for the playground. In my opinion, we haven't let it live its life and gotten our money's worth out of it. It's working for us very nicely, and so I don't think, as I hear from Dr. Teitel, but I know from the history of these 2 buildings that that space would solve all our problems either, and it would come at a high cost. So I think the project that is before us, and we've seen the numbers from Mr. Mayor as far as bonding and paying for this, I think that this is the best approach for these needs at this time.
Thank you, Mrs. Alvin. Other questions, comments? Mrs. Leclerc.
On the handout that you gave us, under, I guess it's page...
Which one?
The question, yep. I think it's page 4. When it talks about parking lots, is one of the totals incorrect? What is the correct number for?
543, not 243.
Okay.
Oh, the Ludlow total.
Right, and does that count the middle school parking, or that's the high school parking?
The answer is high school only.
Okay.
Mrs. Leclerc, you have another follow-up? Or do you want me to come back to you?
You can come back to me.
Okay, any other questions from others? Let me then I'll come to myself if there's nothing right now. All right, so I think Mrs. Alvin summed it up pretty well. Windows, roof, you walk the school, you talk to the science teachers, you look at what's going on, you look at that board with the science scheduling, it's like Chinese math. I kind of get it in terms of the science wing. The area that I struggle with, and I've been very candid with Dr. Title, has been the cafeteria in the so-called, and I don't care what you call it, we're going to get into this, commons, lounge, whatever you call it, right? It's a lounge, it's a commons, it's a rec area for the students. And you know, like I said, we can, whatever you want to call it, that's what it is. That's what it's meant to be. So the cafeteria, let's address that first. In looking at it, in studying the numbers, what becomes apparent to me is if you don't think the schedule needs to change in terms of lunch, you probably have enough to get by on that cafeteria, even with the increase, given the number of kids that take lunch, the number of students that opt out of lunch, and the fact that you're running 4 shifts of lunch, 25% of the school at any given time is your maximum need there, your maximum load there, which you don't get close to that because so many of the kids, 20 or 23%, something like that, opt out of even taking lunch, okay? So the math, it just works. Now, if you believe that the schedule needs to change and you need to get down to 3 lunch periods and you need to mandate that a child needs to take a 30-minute lunch break, well, then you got the capacity issue of 1/3 of the school at any given time. And again, the opposite holds true. The math doesn't work, so you need the cafeteria. So, you know, being the father of a soon-to-be leaving high school in a year and a half that goes to the other high school so that this doesn't impact me, just to be clear, I would prefer, and I think everything I've heard, people would prefer that the students have the opportunity to actually take lunch. So I need to understand that that is a commitment. I don't care what the schedule is. I leave that to, you know, that's like redistricting. It's all you guys. You know, I'm not doing that. But I think that in order to approve this, in order to this make sense, I want to know that the schedule is going to be addressed and that we're going to need that in the cafeteria. Otherwise, why am I adding capacity? Why are we adding capacity to something that, quite frankly, we don't need and spending that money? Again, given the list of priorities and the other problems you have with the facility. On the lounge thing, I'm just not there. I talked to the students, I talked to the librarian, I listened to the librarians, I talked to the team, Mr. Hatzitz, you weren't able to be there, Principal Hatzitz, at the day, and I'm not saying you would have changed my opinion anyway on that. I'm just saying you know, it's a little funky to me, right? And if you're telling me the trade-off was a lounge, which, by the way, no one's been able to give me the breakout of how much that costs, right? But a lounge versus getting some bathrooms fixed, I don't know that that's, you know, a trade-off that I wouldn't make.
I think Bill has a estimate on the...
But there's no comparison between the two
The
costs.
prices are way off for
I
that.
wouldn't know because
Yeah.
no one's given them to me yet.
Yeah, I'll let Bill address that, Tom.
Yeah, please.
Approximately 1,000 square feet or 1,200 square feet for that student lounge, and it's fully furnished. In other words, with carrels, study areas, small gathering furniture, things like that are found at other high schools, like Trumbull High School, Fairfield, Foreign High School, Law. That's probably 1,200 times 3, so it's $360,000 for that type of space, fully fit out, and again, it's educationally appropriate if the students use it, as opposed to congesting the media center, where they currently gather right now.
The bathrooms that we weren't able to afford were a little over $2 million.
But those are all the bathrooms. How many bathrooms were there? Because that's a heck of a bathroom for $2 million, so it better not be one bathroom.
Yes. No, it's actually 3 toilets. No, it's
Right.
It's 1120. I'm
Right.
joking, right?
Right.
No, it was all the bathrooms. Well,
I don't know if it was all.
not all.
It was all the student.
Boys and girls,
Right. All the student bathrooms.
How many are there?
16, I want to say.
So you get a fair number of bathrooms done for $360,000, right? The answer to that is yes. I mean,
That's
if
what
it's
work
2
has
million
to
to
be
do
done.
16.
They're big.
They're not $2
It's not like the
million.
Jennings bathrooms.
I get it.
Well, actually, Tom, you're only getting about 4 bathrooms.
Only. That's 4 that we don't have now.
Do you want Mr. Hatzis to try to convince you about the student commons, or don't bother?
Yeah, I mean, it's 11:20 at night.
Right,
and,
right,
you know,
right. If it's going to hold up the whole project, then we'll explain it. If it isn't going to make any difference, then we'll pass.
You know, it's just, I've spoken to students at both Ward and Ludlow about this, right? And, yeah, is it a nice to have? Yes. I mean, are there space issues there? Absolutely. Could there be space utilized a little bit better? Probably. Does the cafeteria give you an opportunity to have study hall in there in the periods when it doesn't have lunch? Yes. Does, you know, in study hall or whatever you want to call it up in the library media center? Yes. Are kids able to use computers through the area? I don't know. Could you upgrade the facilities so that you could use their own computers through the area? Probably yes. I'm just looking at it, and the whole concept of that troubles me a little bit. I'm there with everything else. I know it's a $320,000, $360,000 item on an $11 million thing. It just bothers me a bit, and I'm just being honest about it. And you're welcome to comment on it.
The ed specs haven't been done yet. That's part of what comes next, correct?
The ed specs are done.
They are done. That's what we have, okay. At this point, if we approve the money, could you, hearing what we're saying about the student common area, could you change that? I mean, we're appropriating up to a certain amount of money. Could the building committee say, well, you know, in other words, is there any room for negotiation in terms of, you want the building committee to stick to the ed specs, but if it comes to light that, you know what, geez, maybe we'd rather have 4 bathrooms done than a student lounge, that could be done.
They'd have
Or
to
are
go
we-
back to the Board of Ed to get that changed.
All right, so basically, we're locked into is the way it is.
Well, and you've also got a plan, you know, you've filed this with the Bureau of School Facilities for the scope of the project. But could it be, if the project comes in $325,000 over budget, and something has to go, could this be the thing that goes? That could happen.
Okay.
Right? I mean, that's more how it plays out.
Is that how you would prioritize, if you were asked, what would
Well,
go?
we'd have to see the whole scope of the thing. I mean, you know, we'd need to get professional
That
advice on that.
sounds like, on the other hand.
Right.
And kind of answer.
I have training as an economist, so I'm used to equivocating.
Right.
Right. On one hand, on the other hand, right. Yeah. Right.
I want a
Gotta find a one-handed
Can I
economist.
Can
Right.
I get a one-handed superintendent?
Right. That's it.
Mrs. Alvin.
Yes, a question and then a comment. On the student lounge / student commons, so it's around 1,000 square feet?
Correct.
So we're close to $300 a square foot? So that's including everything in it, you said?
It is
So
an-
that's the
it is-
furniture?
It is an addition, and those additions, plus all the furniture, fixtures, and equipment in it, yes.
Okay. So it's not space you're capturing from within the building, it's going to be new space?
Correct.
Newly constructed space?
In the scheme that is currently planned, yes, it is an addition.
Okay.
Close to allow the common spaces, so it meets functionally
It-
the supervision needs, things like that.
And it's part of the addition in the area of the cafeteria?
That's correct.
Okay. And so my comment back to the chair, I can hear your concerns about the expenditure, but some 14 years ago, 12, 13 years ago, when we decided as this town to go to 2 high schools, we committed to 2 equitable high schools. So if there were not this function at Fairfield Ludlow, my question would be, would we keep it at Fairfield Ward? And I've read the answer here. The answer is yes, they would keep it. And to our earlier discussion tonight, when we talked about doing new things in buildings, this would be to be, they currently have some sort of lounge there now. So it's near the cafeteria.
No, in Ludlow?
In Ludlow, yes. So this would not be adding a new thing like we saw in the Riverfield project that is not included in all the other schools. This would be just keeping what they already have.
And improving. And again, I just want to apologize for not being able to be present at the tour.
We're
So,
just glad you're feeling better.
thank you. Getting there. But one of the things about this space, you know, when Ludlow first opened, there really wasn't a dedicated space for this lounge. It was created out of what was this portion of the building wasn't touched much from where the Roger Ludlow Middle School was. So the space that it's currently in was originally the teacher lounge. And in order to create this space, both to meet the equity at Fairfield Ward High School, and frankly, it's actually a little bit of a safety feature in that without the lounge, where will the students go? And what we see now is we see them, you know, in the space that they have now is inadequate. So they go to other places. They go to the library. We have benches around the building so that students can sit, as opposed to sitting on the floor in the hallway or in a stairwell that are not supervised. We have benches in strategic places that, you know, we have, you know, people sweeping through that get supervised. So you know, the lack of the lounge, you know, that when we first started, we had to create one. So we basically kicked the teachers out. The teachers moved to what at that time was a spare classroom. Well, we're in a position where we need every classroom space available. There is no doubt about that. So in the proposal that, you know, at least in the schematic, the classroom that is now the teacher's lounge would be you know, moved back into a classroom that is desperately needed. The original teacher lounge, which is now the student commons, would most likely go back to a teacher lounge, an appropriate teacher lounge that has water, that has, you know, access to.
That's right off the cafeteria, right?
It's right off the cafeteria, right? So and so then this in the plan to create a quote unquote new space is not technically a new space, but it's moving it. It's moving something to make it more appropriate, more inviting for kids, a place where they can get academic work done, they can meet collaboratively, they can do so many things that are, it's not just recreational, while that is a big part of high school too, for them to be able to have that time to socialize and plan, but we want to craft it to create an academic space for students.
Let me ask a question on that. Number one, at Ward, my understanding is that's a carved-out space as well, right? I don't think that's a wholly owned space, right?
It
It's a
is, yeah,
carved-out
it is a specifically designated as the Commons.
Right, and number two, it's a commons, and is it only available to seniors?
Yes.
Okay, so would Ludlow only be available to seniors as well?
You know, once we have that conceptually designed, that's what we would have to make that decision. You know, on paper, right now, we would say yes, because it tends to be seniors who have, you know, the most flexibility in their schedule.
I get it, I understand. I'm not making a qualitative judgment on that. I'm just kind of, because when I talk to juniors at Ward, they don't know much about the lounge, because it's only available to the
Exactly.
seniors.
Right.
So really, it's only the seniors that are getting the social
Yeah,
class.
and the day you guys came, you know, we had more than 2/3 of our senior class off on internships, so they weren't really available for the.
Yeah, I wasn't drawing any conclusions from that. That was fully explained to us several times. We got it. But here's the thing. Why couldn't they use, okay, so you have the library, right? Media center / library, right? And then you're going to have this nice, big, beautiful cafeteria that for 3 periods, right? 3 periods, right? You got that? 3 periods during the day, that's going to be used by lunch, where a 30-year school is going to be in there. Why wouldn't that space be available for some type of lounging activity in the other periods of the day? So that you wouldn't need this additional lounge, and you could get 4 bathrooms. I'm seriously, it's not about it's not about the 300 and some odd thousand and me trying to say, hey, don't spend it. I mean, if you need the bathrooms, right, spend it there. It's just, I'm just having problems with the whole concept of the lounge.
Right. It's the, it would be the, when you buy furniture for a cafeteria, you buy a table and stools, right? And that's it.
Right.
The concept of the student commons
would not be that minimalist, so as it would become an inviting space, as Bill described earlier, with student carols, with, maybe, the wireless access, with, some computers, with some other types of amenities, if you will, that make it a more conducive space or more inviting space for students that they can meet and, they could study individually. You can't do that in a cafeteria that, that spans, the.
But isn't that why we have the library? I mean, it's like what you described to me as the library.
Now, the library also, you have to remember, we have, there's a computer lab in the library. There's also, there are also whole classes that come down to use the library. And right now, we're limited in the number of classes that we can actually bring to the library because we open it up for individual students to come in there. And so, the classes should get priority, okay? And, and they do. And what will happen, though, is if we don't open it up to the students individually, then again, there's not a place for them to go. So that's the number one thing I hear from the students, is that, they don't get many free periods, okay, first of all. Just make that clear. They pack their schedules. But when they have them, okay, which might be a product of, they take gym 2 days a week, and then they might have a lab another 1 or 2 days a week. So there's 2 days a week in that period that they have a free period if you're a junior or senior. For them to be able to go to a place and get some academic work done, that's ultimately what we're looking for. If we're packing the library with classes, doing research projects, their space is limited there. With a reduction in staff monitoring our computer labs, we can't open our computer labs, and this was a budget, a budget casualty to reduce, non-certified staff looking over our computer labs. So we can't open those up all periods. So we have, we're trying to find a place for the kids.
So how are you going to staff the student lounge?
We have a duty as part of the teacher, teacher supervisory duties. They have an assigned duty, and because the lounge would be located, centrally where the cafeteria is, we have a pre-existing duty station at that place, so it wouldn't change the staffing at all.
Mr. Stone.
I want to tag along with what you're saying, Tom. Do you have enough ADA required bathrooms in that school?
We didn't do it. When the school was significantly renovated, yes, it should have been provided with adequate ADA.
I mean, I'm getting what you're saying, and I'm sort of agreeing with you that doing the bathrooms over is more of a priority than a student lounge when you really have one. So I don't know where you're heading, if you want to take this, rewrite the bond thing, or, I'm sort of talking to you.
Yeah, and to be honest, I don't know where I'm heading either, okay? I'm just stating what my problem is on this particular issue. I support the project.
Yeah, I do
It needs
too.
to be done. The concept of paying $360,000 for a lounge, when you don't have all that you need in bathrooms and stuff like that, right? And when I have a problem with that priority, because when I was over there, okay, I didn't see that. Okay, I didn't see the need. And this is, at Ward it's used as a senior commons, okay? And so it just troubles me, because we have so many issues that we need to address in this building as well as in other buildings, right? And I wonder if there isn't a more creative solution here, upgrading the Wi-Fi so that the students can use their computers in other areas of the building, reconfiguring the library. It's not up to me to decide that, guys. I'm not trying to micromanage your job. And Mr. Hassett, I've got an enormous amount of respect for you, and I know the great job that you did at Fairfield Woods. I'm just stating that this is the one element of this project that I can't get myself over the hump on, is, a student lounge for this type of thing, because I think creatively, creatively other spaces can be used and accomplish the same goal. And I don't care whether it's a couch or whatever, because the kids are going to the student lounge, they're going to talk to each other. If they want to study, they should go to the library. But if this is truly for social issues, that's social issues. That's just, it's a bias that I have, a problem I'm having. So.
Ken, do you want to go?
I'm sorry, did I miss you?
There's no required order. Go ahead.
Okay. Just on your point, because, I get what you're saying, and it makes some sense to me. Here's why I'm thinking that I'm okay with the lounge. what Mrs. Albin said rang true with me, the fact that the two schools are supposed to be basically equal. And by not doing this, you're taking away something they already had, which is a student lounge. Ward's got one, Ludlow should have one. I mean, that's just the basic, do the math, it's an equal thing. Why I think it works is that, to me, I'm not looking at the student lounge as a dedicated space. It's part of the cafeteria, basically. I mean, it's in that general area. It's a separate room, but it's in the cafeteria. From a construction standpoint, from a contractor standpoint, it makes sense to do it together with the cafeteria if you're going to have a student lounge there. Whereas the bathrooms, you're talking about an entirely different project. And then how do you prioritize which bathrooms do you do, So I'm just saying that from, looking at the whole project and understanding that there's going to be more to do at Ludlow in the future, I almost envision the lounge as being part of the cafeteria. It's something that it pre-exists. It's not something new. It's something that Ward has. So, generally speaking, while I see your point, I'm okay with it.
Thank you for that. And by the way, I'm okay if you take it away from Ward. And the father of an incoming senior, I really don't care if she doesn't speak to me for a month or two. But,
Can I only make one comment, Tom?
Yeah, and I know Mr. Hassett has a comment as well.
Okay. There are choices that are made, and it's frustrating when you go through this process and you say, okay, the Board of Ed has kind of made a judgment that the lounge is important because it's part of the overall educational experience, that our headmaster, I can't call him principal, our headmaster has said, given the choices, I think the lounge is important for the educational experience of the children's, and I'll live with the bathrooms the way they are now. And so if, as we design a project and we get to the Board of Selectmen and somebody there says, well, I like this piece, and then the Board of Finance says, well, no, I want to change that piece, and the RTM says, I want to change a piece, then suddenly the housemaster, the headmaster is saying, wait a minute, what happened to the basic concept that I think the priority is X? So I would hope that this board would put some faith that the Board of Education, and together with the staff at the high school, have said that we feel this is an important component to it, and support that effort.
I think your comments directed towards me are entirely fair and appropriate, but I wouldn't be fair and honest if I didn't tell you my opinion based on what I heard, and based on the fact that I'm being asked to spend taxpayer money on it, and it's a bias
It's a struggle
that I have. So the comment is exceptionally fair and point well taken. Doesn't change my opinion on it, but thank you for that. Mr. Brockfeld, you were patient, and then I'll go to Mr. Stone. Yeah.
I'm sorry. On the bathrooms, when do you think you'd come back to us on the bathrooms? I mean, 5 years from now?
Where do they go on the plan, Tom? The bathrooms are scheduled for 2020. There you go. So somebody didn't think they were super important today.
Yeah, whatever they were. Yeah.
Right.
I will say, by the way, that one of the more egregious parts of the bathrooms are the windows. And those are being replaced. So there will be some improvements to the bathrooms with the window project. If you go in that first bathroom beyond the auditorium on the left, the thing that you first see when you walk in there is this 1949 vintage window, and that alone will improve the ambiance of the bathrooms.
There are people who would pay a fortune for that window for historical purposes.
We'll be glad to give it to you. It's loaded.
Right. Mr. Brockfeld.
I'm sorry, my only comment, actually, with all due respect, because you're getting piled onto, Tom, but is that I think that you...
I'm a big boy.
You are, but not as big as you were a couple months ago.
Thank you.
You prefaced your comments by saying you didn't want to micromanage what they were doing, and I think, with all due respect, you kind of are micromanaging.
You're exactly right.
And, for what it's worth, I mean, and I don't want to micromanage, although in this case I am because I'm agreeing with you, but I mean, I remember from my high school, we did have a lounge, for what it's worth, and I think there is an educational purpose to it.
See what you're propagating?
Yeah. No, I mean, what I don't want to do is exactly what I think we're talking about here, which is trying to decide whether or not bathrooms are more important than lounges. I mean, that's specifically what I think we're paying these guys to think about and to decide on, actually. So, I agree with everything you said, by the way, before, Tom. I think the Project X, the lounge controversy, is sound and should go forward, and for all the reasons I said on Riverfield. You guys are the experts in this area. You understand what the waterfall situation is. You understand the budget constraints. You lived through this past 6 months that we just went through, this budget hell that we experienced. And I think you know, or you should know, that there's not going to be extra magic money appearing in the next couple of years if you guys are underestimating your needs. So I'm inclined to support the project as is, including the lounge tonight, sooner than later, too.
Thank you, Mr. Brockfield. Mr. Brown? Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Leclerc.
But I kind of agree with Tom. I'm still not comfortable with this process and how it's come about. And I guess, like, the lounge is one thing, but my issue is the science labs. And, I mean, I think we have an issue for September on whether we have enough science labs, and I think we've had an issue for a while. And I don't know if this is enough for the school with the increase in enrollment, because there has been issues. So how do you address that?
Well, I think that we can get by adding the two, science labs. Patrice Ficella is a master at scheduling this, and Greg and his team. With unlimited funds, we'd add a whole science wing, and every science teacher would have their own classroom that only they would be in, right? That would be the ideal, situation. And obviously, the situation we're in right now is really suboptimal. So somewhere in there is the balance between what we really need and what we really would want. And we've had that little dichotomy back and forth. So I think we've given you the minimum of what we need to get by. There's still going to be sharing of science rooms. It's not ideal, but it will work. But that's a balancing act. I think we are going to be okay. I mean, they've done the schedule for the fall already, and I think we're fine for this fall. But I think the squeeze is going to start shortly thereafter, which is why time is of the essence to move this along.
But you're only adding capacity of 125 students who are currently today in that building. So we just listened to what you told us about Riverfield. Well,
Right.
those kids are coming to high school at some point too.
Right.
So if we're doing a renovation, why aren't we at least trying to deal with the current capacity that we know is in middle school?
Right.
I just,
I know.
I'm just not getting there.
Right. Well, for $30 million, we can do a lot more. It's just a matter of what we think we can do with sharing of classrooms and using this space as efficiently as possible. We'd love to double the size of that. There's also some space constraints on that site, that's, as we know, that, adding additional classrooms and, possibly then eating into some of the parking areas would not be a good situation either, because we've got those issues at hand as well. So the site can only absorb so much as well. That's also part of the problem. But a lot of it is simply, we tried to make a modest proposal to address a pressing need as opposed to the Cadillac solution. It's the Chevy solution.
I just really want to emphasize, again, it comes down to financing.
Right.
And, I said before in the Riverfield project, this board can add, it can improve, or it could subtract. Certainly, we'd be amenable to getting more funding to do more things. And something I just thought about on the senior lounge, and I don't even know if it's possible, but when Mr. Bolito was going on about how it was near the cafeteria, if we were to move forward with it, and it's 1,000 square feet, I would imagine that if we needed it for some type of teaching space, we could recapture it for that. In a way, it could be seen as, I don't want to label it flex space, it's not flex space, but push comes to shove, you take the senior lounge away and you use it for an additional classroom if you need to, or some other type of formalized teaching space. And I literally, my thought came at this table right now, so I'm just throwing that out there.
Thank you. Anything else? Mrs. Alvin, you had your hand up. Oh.
I apologize, I have one quick.
Absolutely.
One thing.
You're going to hit me again?
No, I'm not going
Oh,
after you.
okay,
I'm
go
actually
ahead.
supporting you here, Tom.
Oh,
You
okay.
you raised a question that you guys didn't answer, though, which is important, which was on the cafeteria.
Yep.
Which is that Tom asked a question about whether or not we need to do the cafeteria work, and he accepted the fact that we did if you guys commit to this change of schedule, and you didn't answer that question.
I thought in my initial remarks, I indicated
Oh,
that
I'm
a
sorry if you-
majority of the board, on an individual discussion basis,
Right.
this has not been a topic before our board, but, and I think Pam can reiterate this, that based on both of ours listening to our various members, that is an issue. Yes, lunch is one of the issues. Our high school system has less instructional time than comparable high schools that we compare ourselves to. So forgetting the lunch question, we want more instructional time, which comes with a
Well, don't
better
the-
schedule.
Don't the two offset each other?
No, because right now,
Okay.
you have to set aside a full period as sort of the lunch, which is 42 minutes, and if you can shrink that to 30 and build it in, you've picked up some time there. And also, if you don't have 8 classes every day, which is what we have the traditional high school schedule from 1959, all right? There's alternatives where there's less passing time. Not every class would meet every day, and you capture that instructional time that right now is passing time. If you pick up 2 or 3
Not
of that.
I'm not
So
really
that's how
that-
you pick up
I'm not really that
instructional
concerned
time.
with the details in this case. I just
Right.
would love to see Mr. Hatsas nod to me
Right.
that this is a necessary, and that you intend to make the changes that will mean that we spent money wisely on doing the cafeteria expansion.
Yeah, there's at least 10 reasons why we would want to change the schedule even before we get to the lunch. And that's a huge reason in its own right. I mean, just for, just the pace of the day, it's frenetic,
Right.
you know, people running around, we're sharing classrooms. I mean, you know, and the instructional time would be a huge asset for the school. And, you know, it gives teachers longer periods so that they could actually go more in-depth, especially with the Common Core curriculum that's coming. It's going to require that type of instruction.
Okay.
So there's so many reasons why I'm a huge proponent of changing our schedule.
So now, just as this board enjoys spending hours talking about generally accepted accounting principles, one of the favorite things that educational people like to do is talk about the best schedule. So this is not something that we'll just, okay, tomorrow, we voted the project, here's the schedule. There's a lot of discussion and debate that will occur on the staff level before it even gets to the board. So this is going to have to be a process.
And to that point, the board collectively, we meet with Dr. Title, we set goals, we tell him that there are things that he's planned of his 5-year plan for where he's going with things. We have told him that we want to start to look at a schedule change. That has definitely been communicated to Dr. Title. What we haven't had at the board table for everyone to hear is an agenda item that says the board wants to move there. But Phil is correct. We have had conversations, and amongst individually, I can tell you that there's for certain a majority of us who, if Dr. Title were to present the schedule tomorrow, 5 people would vote on it and it would pass. So we want to go there. Mr. Dwyer can't give you a piece of paper that says, here's the minutes from the meeting that says,
I
this is
think,
where
I
we're
think you
going.
guys have made it clear what your
Okay.
intention is.
Thanks.
But Ms. Albin,
Ms. Al-
Maybe I can close this up.
I just
We
want
could
to
move
make,
on.
before you do, we went over the waterfall in terms of in general, or is there anything you want to point out on the waterfall specific?
No, I think we pretty much covered.
Okay, bond resolution, we talked about that as well in terms of it's a standard bond resolution.
It's basically, except for the numbers and the scope of work, exact replica.
Thank you. Mrs. Alman?
I can note that the schedule has been something the board and the administration has worked on prior to Dr. Title's arrival in Fairfield. Probably 8-9 years worth of work has gone into the schedule, and there's not yet a decision on it. So, and I, sitting on this board, don't want to take that amount of time to decide this item tonight. Because
Coming close.
as I've said earlier, we know we need the windows. We needed them in 2002. We know we need the roof, and we know we need the space. And so, and I don't want to micromanage this because I don't sit on the board and I don't sit on their building committees, but I will support this.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from board members? Seeing none, I'll go to the public.
Wait, Tom.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Leclerc, I didn't see your hand.
I just wanted to say, I agree with the windows and the roof, but I'm still just not comfortable with the whole process and that we've thoroughly addressed what our issues are here.
Thank you, Mrs. Leclerc. Any comments from the public on this item? We have somebody coming. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and thank you for staying late. Yeah. Please keep it very brief, just a couple of minutes if you could. Thank you so much. Yeah, I know, I'm looking at my watch, too.
You've given me 4 hours to think about things. I don't know if I can keep it that brief, but some of these comments I have, Kathy Coyle, 84 Sherwood Farm Road in Fairfield. Some of these comments I have.
Tell me your name again.
Kathy Coyle, 84 Sherwood Farm Road. Some of these comments I did share with the Board of Selectmen, so I am recycling. I'm being green a little bit here. But the immediate need for high school space is not rocket science, but it has everything to do with science. As you know, Fairfield Ludlow High School does not have the space to provide one more additional science class, even though our enrollment is increasing. Currently, 12 out of 19 science teachers instruct out of 2 or 3 different rooms. I've spoken with some of the science teachers, and one of them was able to estimate on non-lab days, he loses 8 minutes for transport and setup of his regular classroom. On lab days, the time lost is much greater. Each complex lab and setup and breakdown takes on average 25 minutes of instructional time away from our teachers and students. Currently at Ludlow, 90% of our 1,528 students take science, while 63% of our science teachers travel. That means over 800 Ludlow students currently lose anywhere from 19 to 25 hours of instructional time a year due to the traveling teachers. That is unacceptable. Local and national businesses cannot find enough qualified candidates for their science, technology, engineering, and math jobs. As a district, we are severely disadvantaging our students by not delivering a vigorous curriculum in these areas. If we do not get additional space for our students, our science curriculum as well as our other areas of study will continue to be diminished. We desperately need high school space now for our students. I'm also, though, on reviewing this, I'm seriously concerned that the proposed plan only brings Ludlow's capacity to 1,525. We're already over that. We are struggling right now with sciences, and we're only 128 over capacity. This handout says that the expansion won't be completed until October of 2016. At that point, we'll be close to 200 students over capacity. So we're already have blown over the expansion. We're going to be struggling more then than we are now with sciences. One of the teachers I talked to is an AP Bio teacher. They are, they're limited into what they can do. They can't have long, extended lab setups because they have to set it up and break it down all the time. So it's really less than ideal. And just as another aside, in regards to the common space, I just want to remind you that the library that we have was made for Roger Ludlow Middle School, not the high school. We're using a middle school library, and we will be the largest high school. And it's just, that's why we do need common space. It does make a lot of sense. There has to be some sort of overflow versus a hallway or a bench for a kid. I mean, I know a student had shared with you that there was no space for him to take a physics test. He took it on top of the piano in the main lobby. That's insane. That's just not sound education. So I really encourage you to even add to this. If you can add, which was mentioned, I don't think the expansion is enough. So thank you.
And thank you not only for the comments, but my understanding is you were instrumental in arranging for the students that day. So we want to thank you for helping that with whomever helped you out, because you were in the room with us.
That was Greg. I just kind of babysat till you got there.
He wasn't there. No, but thank you for your help.
There's email and telephones, though.
Good evening.
Hello. Betty Ann O'Shaughnessy, Queens Grant Road. Clearly, we already need this space at Ludlow with over 1,500 kids there. And what I'm concerned about is the future. To have 1,700 or 1,800 students there, I'm really concerned about the safety of the site. The feasibility committee for the middle school didn't want to put more space there because they said the site can't handle it, to put more students there. So how can we put more students there at the high school level? That's my concern. Ward, I would like to see a cost-benefit analysis of other alternatives, and one of them, of course, being Ward. We had, when we did the high school debate, the town was considering putting 2,800 students at the Ward site. 2,800. And we know that 1,800 fit there well. So why aren't we at least considering that? That's my concern. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we need the space now at Ludlow, but we're not going to have it for 3 years. And what do we do in the meantime? How do, the principal said he cannot add any more science classes. What are we going to do for the next 3 years? Do we just tell students they can't take science? And that may, and now we get to that, the education is not equitable between the two high schools because Ward doesn't need to deal with so much overcrowding that we can't even let the students take science. So I'm very concerned about that. I'm concerned about the infrastructure at Ward. The hallways are bigger, the auditorium's bigger, the library's bigger, the gyms are bigger, and just the site can better handle more students. I mean, I would prefer to see 1,800 at Ward and 1,525 at Ludlow. I think that would work much better. I'm also concerned about the construction on site, and this would be at either school if it happened, but how are we going to handle occupied renovation? We don't have enough room on the site now for all the students and the cars, the traffic, and now we're going to have construction trailers on site, and we're going to have construction workers in the school, and I just hope that that can be done. I was at Tomlinson when it was renovated, and it was not a pretty site. One thing that Mr. Polito mentioned about having the owner's rep, we had an owner's rep for Tomlinson. The owner's rep wasn't really the owner's rep. And one time I went in and said, this is what I'm talking about. You were supposed to close off the, where you're working and where you're sanding because there's dust all over the school. And he said, well, if I had known in advance you would have been here, I would have had that done. And, that, I'm hoping that the new owner's rep isn't like the old owner's rep in that regard, and I hope that that is watched. I'm wondering also about the lockers. If we're only adding 100 lockers, but we're adding 200 to 300 students, where are the students going to put their stuff? And where are we going to put that many more lockers? Also, I wanted to say about the cafeteria, I was thinking that maybe we didn't need to do the cafeteria if we're not going to do a new schedule. And people say, well, we need to do the cafeteria so we can do a new schedule. Just so you know, cafeteria is only one piece. We actually need more classroom space in order to do a new schedule, because the reason we didn't do it before partly is that we needed more teachers. If you need more teachers, that means you need more places for the teachers to teach. So that's going to be an issue to go to a new schedule. But I think even with the number of students coming into Ludlow, if we're going to allow that many students on site, there is not an even distribution. You were talking, Mr. Flynn, about 25% if you have 4 waves. It doesn't work that way. There's not an even distribution, so some lunch waves may be bigger and some smaller. So in order to accommodate 1,700 or 1,800 students at that site, you really need that space. And you may need that extra student lounge space, so that is important space. One other thing that we learned at Tomlinson is that if you have a courtyard, you have ledge. And we had ledge at Tomlinson. It was very expensive. So do we know if we have ledge in that courtyard where they're planning to put this addition? I think that's an important question. Also, Ms. Iacono read a statement that for Riverfield that said, do not add space without addressing the core facilities. And we're not addressing the core facilities other than the cafeteria here. So that concerns me. And when you had your tour, I don't know if you were aware, but 200 seniors were out of the building. That makes a big difference.
We were told that a few times.
Okay, that makes a big difference. Let me see, and also Ward is projected to go to 1,628, that's what it says in here. So Ward is definitely going to need an addition. All right, I'll cut it off there, but I have concerns about this project. We need the space, but I have concerns about the future.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments from the public? Everyone? Yeah, we have to, just let's not be redundant if we can. Thank you.
No, I'll try not to be. Thanks. Michelle Baker, 200 Pepperidge Circle. As a parent of a fifth grade Osborne Hill student and a 7th grade Wood student, I ask you to please approve the Ludlow High School expansion. Both of our high schools will be over capacity for the foreseeable future. In addition to being overcrowded, Ludlow has windows that need to be replaced. They are old and have PCBs, and the majority of its roofs have warranties that have expired in 2006. This includes the roof that recently blew off. At the recent Board of Selectmen meeting, Dr. Title said that redistricting is not a good option. It doesn't solve the problem. It only shifts it to Ward. Taking the space presently used by the ECC at Ward and turning it back into classroom space does not make sense from a financial perspective, because it would cost more to alter the ECC space at Ward and find a new space for the ECC than it would to add space at Ludlow. Ludlow High School currently cannot offer additional classes in science. Science classrooms are limited per state statute. With increased enrollment, they would either need to eliminate or reduce lab time for students or request the installation of portable classrooms. I think we've covered the cafeteria issues. To accommodate all of the classes offered, there are multiple teachers sharing spaces. This year, many teachers in different subjects, English, math, and social studies, have been teaching out of more than one classroom. This is inefficient, and class teaching time is lost, or materials may not always be at hand. Please approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? All right, so we're going to come back to the board, and before we bring it to a vote, I want to make sure my position on this is clear. Before I ask it for a motion on this, I'm going to support the project, but I would ask that the administration really take a hard look at this lounge, commons, whatever you're going to call it, and before you outfit it in some way that precludes it from having other uses, you take a look at what your potential needs may be. Because it's not enough for me to hold up an entire project that I believe needs to be done based on the projections and based on the needs of the community. I also, to the point that was raised multiple times, don't want to micromanage it. That being said, I think there's a better way to utilize this space, and I would encourage you guys to look at it. That's my only point on that. Does anybody else have any other comments as we're in this? All right, can I have a motion? Mr. Bolito, do I have a second? I'll come over here. I'll go with Mr. Stone this time. The item is before us, a resolution appropriating $11,630,000 for the costs associated with the expansion and renovation of the Fairfield Ludlow High School and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriations. The bond resolution is before us. Questions, comments? All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? One opposed? No abstentions, and that's it. The item passes by the majority. I can't do the math right now. 6 to 1?
That's majority, most.
6-1-0, yeah, exactly. More to less. There's no other communications that I'm aware of, correct? Any other second? Do we have a second? Are there? All in favor of adjournment? Opposed? Abstentions? We're done. Thanks, everybody.